Very interesting. Meet you again.
Io accendo le cose.
Ok.
Non
Very
c'è.
nice.
Forse per pomeriggio. Chi parla per fa.
Allora, mi sostituisci la...
Let me check which one it works.
Nie mroza.
Sono 3 ore e mezza, se vuoi pagare no.
No. I have to. I need another browser.
Se vuole parlare a questa ora, viene ora comunque da pomeriggio perché la
Can you see the email?
In the moment,
Or I spell it?
it's not so as these days. Now,
In realtà sono prima c'è una ora di pranzo.
Mandiamo tutto qua.
Cioè, io non ho questi credo.
no,
Va bene.
in Piacenza.
Quindi,
50 chilometers.
appunto adesso. Chiocciola
unipv.it.
Papà viene il 30 maggio. Sì, andiamo a Varenna. Perché c'è una cosa sulla sinfonica. Al pomeriggio parliamo di distretti. Il posto è bellissimo, è così noto, solo che la verde di Villa Express, dove si fa il caffè, costa 1.300 euro. Questi comune di poi io ho fatto questa lista di comune di Varenna e lui mi ha detto, ma se lei 1.300 è la camera normale, la suite, se prende la camera normale forse cercando da solo ho trovato un permesso molto vicino al centro storico, molto
Perfetto.
ma il posto è vicinoso.
Are you
No, was my past email that I'm still using because I have some students still ongoing with thesis.
PhDs?
Yeah. Why there is a link on your email? Because if I click on the presentation, it goes to the cloud. I can try to. No, because it's a link, it's not the presentation. Because maybe it's on the cloud of the university.
Yeah, let me see.
So I put all the presentations on the.
E poi c'era quella era la cosa
Sto mettendo le presentazioni.
Elnas, riesce di stampare questi nomi? Io non ce l'ho adesso il programma di oggi di mattinata, così le mettiamo qui. Però diciamo tutti i nomi, non come ieri hanno fatto ragazzi che hanno fatto solo il nome. Doveva essere Marzena Czarnecka, primo e secondo.
Fare la stampa. Conosce qualcuno?
No, io conosco il mio ufficio, però 2 chilometri di là.
Posso andare fuori?
No, ma di che fuori? Nel mio ufficio, lei non sa come stampare dal mio ufficio?
No, questo Pavaro e
Nomi di stamattina. Insomma, jako odbiorę debaty. Muszę tu zobaczyć. To jest Rafael Hefron jest.
Ja tylko będę wprowadzał pierwszego zobaczenia.
Ja zacznę, dlatego powiedziałam, że na nic nie ma, bo ja tutaj zacznę. No, lei ci siede, ma solo mi apre, sa come aprire questo? Già, e dobbiamo ripartire. Siamo online? Siamo online, però non funziona questo. Come facciamo?
Un attimo che scarico sistemo la presentazione. Okay, your presentation is in the download folder. Okay. Okay, now let me check the
YouTube.
YouTube. It's on air.
So I
Here we are on YouTube. We have to open the. Here we are recording.
Zoom.
Everything is on air. Let me check the.
This video we're working.
Switch it.
From the some. No.
Now should be.
Yeah, because here it's say because we have to switch on the speakers.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for coming on Saturday. I do apologize for the time, that weekend. I know it's a hard time, but it's also easier to organize things on the weekends because we have possibility. We have lecture theaters, which finally, we appreciate very much historical lecture theater. So today we have a second day of the debates, and we welcome Professor Hefron, who came from Dubai, and I'm extremely grateful that he could be with us and he could share his ideas and maybe some solutions that he has that the others they don't. Right. I welcome also Professor Kraśniewski, who also came from Poland this morning. The two of them they are going to assist you during this roundtable. We have Professor Cordini, and also we thank you so much for being here in this. So the first session before coffee break, we have Professor Hefron, Professor Cordini, Jose Gabriel Luis Cordoba that would join us from Groningen online, and Professor Jurgita Malinowskaite. Thank you so much for, no, I know her name, but just let's pronounce this very quickly and without mistakes. It's not very easy. And afterwards, we have a session. After coffee, we have another session, but please do come on time. It's extremely important. Why? Because we have a professor from India for whom 4 o'clock is extremely late. So he asked to be instead of our collaborator, avocado Zuzanna Brodska, that will give him 10 minutes and we will recover this 10 minutes if he comes for this time. If he comes for 4 o'clock, we will see if he's online. But if he's online, he will be exactly how it is scheduled in my program. Right, so the floor is yours. If you want some additional water, if you want some additional greetings to address the audience, the floor is yours. Professor Heffron, Professor Kraśniewski, and obviously Professor Cordini, if he wants to say something. Okay.
Everyone, ladies and gentlemen, first I would like to congratulate Professor Katarzyna from organizing this nice conference and for invitation to participate in today's panel. It is great honor for me, and pleasure for me to be a part of this important event. I also am pleased to meet today with such distinguished experts and scholars, many who I had the pleasure hosting during our People's Conference in Katowice. This meeting clearly shows how important international academic cooperation and disciplinary dialogue are, especially in the field in energy justice, energy transition, and energy secure. Together with Professor Marzena Czarnecka, I currently organize next edition conference in Katowice, which will take place this October. I would like to warmly invite all of you to join to Katowice. So Professor Heffron prepared first presentation, opening address about just transition from policy to practice in time of global insurance. Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for those opening remarks, Marcin, and it's a pleasure to conduct this panel with you. And it's very good to see, let's say, that we've developed as academics in this session. Despite being on a Saturday morning, we will be able to watch next weekend. It'll be on YouTube forever. So we'll be available to hear these presentations and hopefully some of your question and answers on YouTube. And it's good to see colleagues, Jurgita and Jose, also online. I'm not sure why you didn't come to Pavia, because it's much more beautiful than London, and also Groningen. And I imagine that the weather is very bad in London and Groningen today. It's beautiful here. I think some people are planning to go swimming in the river later today. But let's say I'm going to give a short presentation. I think we're already running a few minutes late, so I just want to highlight some of the issues around the just transition today. So I'm not going to explain too much about myself, but I just want to highlight this issue of the top 2% of scientists. And this is just to highlight that today the word justice is being used by more and more scholars of any discipline. So if you're interested in health, people are now writing about health justice, because they are, all researchers are thinking we need some fairness, equitable solutions in their particular area. So what you find is that more and more researchers are competing with engineers, environmental scientists, medical scientists who publish a lot, and actually using justice is becoming very popular. So I have written a short book in the area. Anyone who wants a copy, feel free to contact me. We don't earn that much from academic books. As some of you here who've written books before, you know, it's not going to even pay probably for a holiday. But if you want a copy, please email me. So what I want to highlight first in the journey to a just transition, and it's something maybe we can see today, all of us, we can see that the world is meeting what are referred to as many tipping points. And that's where, you know, we need to have action, that society reorganizes itself. Sometimes it can change, other times the change is irreversible. So you can think of, you know, one of the big issues maybe for us or for a lot of the lawyers in the room, you know, society changes. You get insurance for 1 or 2 years. After that, you have no insurance. And we are seeing all over the world damage being done to people's personal property, but also business interests, the cost of business increasing and going up. But here in the diagram, you can see different points all over the world where there are tipping points. And these will be crucial for how the weather is affected internationally. And this will have a big change for us all. And what it means also by these tipping points, you know, we can't really take too many steps back. It's then about climate adaptation. So we're trying to adapt. And we can see, if you look at the data, the last 10 years have been the hottest on record. And each year it's getting hotter and hotter. So maybe, you know, we will all want to live in London soon because that's where it'll be cold all year round. But I want to also highlight, you know, we have met, you know, an economic crisis. We've had one in 2007 to 2009. Then we had the post-COVID-19 crisis. Then we had the Russia-Ukraine crisis. And now we have US, Israel, and Iran. But each time, if you look at these crises, it's about people being left behind. And that's what we need to think about today in terms of the just transition. People are being left behind. That's why people end up voting for, let's say, strange people in different countries. This chaos where they're being left behind, they want change. The leaders are not giving them some change, so they vote in, you know, people like Donald Trump. So what we need to remember in all this is not to leave anyone behind. And that's why we think about the Paris Agreement, and something that in 2015 wasn't seen as very strong, but is now seen as very strong. And I just want to highlight the importance here because, you know, very soon the Paris Agreement is going to be up for debate. What happens after 2030? The UN Sustainable Development Goals are also until 2030. And next year, well, this year and next year and 2028 will be the key years for designing a new Paris Agreement, the key years for designing the new United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So if any of you have an interest, it's now you should be contacting policymakers in your country, you know, where you live, because they will be looking for ideas to change. They have to contribute to that change. And one of the big areas that is happening already, you can see down there, is already the United Nations is calling for countries to have just transition pathways towards 2050. They're not just looking for your energy and climate targets anymore. they are looking for your just pathway to achieving your energy or climate target. And that, again, is very interesting for those interested in the issue of justice. So I won't go into it too much. But these are the main 5 principles of when we talk about justice: distributive, procedural, restorative, recognition, cosmopolitan. The first 3, one is about finance, one is about the legal system, the other is about correcting and preventing future injustices. And then recognition and cosmopolitan are about the who nationally and the who in terms of internationally, our international obligations. So some people ask me, they say, why do you focus on these 5? The answer is simple. These are the 5 policymakers are working on. These are also the 5 you can see researchers are focusing on. So you can see each year, 2023, the last year, with full data, we can see 305 articles talking about these principles alone, but also individually, they are the biggest focus as well. And what I want to highlight is when we think of, lawyers in the past, should go back, but when we think of lawyers in the past, they often were searching for, what was the answer, let's say, why are they doing their research? And, finally, as I was saying earlier, they've found this issue of justice. If you look at any scholar, currently at the moment, as I said, the health sector, you can look at other sectors such as, let's say, corporate law. They're even talking about corporate justice today. So in each area of the law, they're highlighting this issue of justice. And I just want to go back to this report. You will see again these 2 reports at the top, one from Australia, one from the United Nations last year. Both of them again talking about these justice principles. How do we deliver this into business, into society? So I just want to finish on this slide then. What we are seeing in terms of international policy, international law, which then affects national law and then local law, is, this wave of justice. And we're thinking no one will be left behind. So we want everyone to be part of this. And just to go back maybe from the previous slide, what does the agenda look like? Well, some of the key things, law in this area is becoming interdisciplinary. You have to start using data for your solutions, but also we as lawyers have to connect more with issues of time, with issues of risk, and also finance. There's no point talking about a solution that will only work in 10 years' time. No one is politicians, policymakers aren't going to engage with that. And we need solutions, as the tipping points show, we need solutions that will be able to work in the next 1 to 3 years. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your speech about.
Yes, can I just say that if we have questions, and I do have questions about this agenda for justice, exactly the last slide. So if you have questions, we can address all the questions in the end in the round table, okay? Because now people are waiting for their slot, so it's quite difficult. I'm sorry, Professor Kwaśniewski, that I interrupted here your presentation. So we will do like this.
Thank you very much, Professor Katarzyna. Thank you very much, Professor Hefron, for your speech about global issues. I think this perspective very important because actually we have a global goal for climate transition action, but actually need, for example, finance. The next speech prepared Professor Giovanni Cordini from University of Pavia. Professor prepared presentation about global issues So, not that's not it. Lord, and see us.
I apologize for speaking in Italian because it's difficult for me.
Could I just intervene? We are delighted that you are here. This is your university where you were a student, you taught well, you speak in your language, but we do have little translation, right?
Yeah.
Floor is yours.
Questo stavo per dire, cioè che c'è una traduzione in inglese che Cardina metterà a disposizione di tutti i presenti. E quindi io farò un brevissimo sunto di quello che ho scritto nel testo inglese. Il tema della globalizzazione è il tema centrale dell'ambientalismo contemporaneo, perché questa visione che si era determinata a partire dagli anni 70 si è andata poi progressivamente dilatare fino ai tempi nostri, con un momento, diciamo, essenziale di riflessione della fase ascendente, che è stato il culmine, e poi è iniziata la fase discendente. Mi riferisco alla conferenza internazionale globale delle Nazioni Unite del 2012 a Rio de Janeiro. In quella fase furono due risultati globali. L'adesione a un'idea di sostenibilità dello sviluppo e la consapevolezza di una necessità di intervento oltre lo Stato, oltre l'ordinamento del singolo Stato. Queste sono state le due acquisizioni del punto più alto dell'ambientalismo internazionale. Dopo di questo, dopo Rio 2012, inizia una fase discendente globale. E in questi mesi, con gli eventi che quotidianamente possiamo vedere attraverso televisioni e altri mezzi dell'informazione di massa, constatiamo quanto l'elemento di crisi incida ormai sulla nostra vita quotidiana, sui prezzi della nostra vita quotidiana, la benzina, prezzi della benzina, il riscaldamento, le case, così. Cioè, il globalismo ambientale, dobbiamo chiederci se è stata un'illusione, ha avuto una caduta critica globale. E questo è il primo dato di fondo. Il secondo dato di fondo lo ha posto il professor Efron poco fa, il problema energetico. Anche qui vediamo che tutti gli elementi che avevano condotto a un equilibrio si sono frantumati. Questo equilibrio si è spostato tanto da renderci fragilissimi. La grande scoperta, diciamo, dei media di questi ultimi mesi è la fragilità di un sistema globale che si è reso molto molto debole. Questa fragilità la stiamo constatando tutti i giorni nella nostra vita quotidiana. E c'è un altro fattore di crisi. Il globalismo ambientale era stato costruito dal punto di vista giuridico attorno all'idea dello sviluppo sostenibile, che coniugava due termini in sé contrapposti, perché la sostenibilità richiede mediazione ed equilibrio, mentre lo sviluppo richiede un andamento di costante progresso. Questa mediazione che era riuscita fino a quel momento storico che citavo prima, si è frantumata. Quindi anche questo concetto di sostenibilità dello sviluppo deve essere ripensato, rivisto, riadattato. E l'ultimo fattore che voglio citare è dunque un ripensamento del costituzionalismo ambientale che si è andato consolidando in tutti i paesi. Tutte le costituzioni ormai hanno, anche quella italiana dopo molti anni, nel 2022 noi abbiamo modificato gli articoli 9, l'articolo 9 e l'articolo 41 della Costituzione per introdurre i principi ambientali. Questo costituzionalismo ambientale globale si trova di fronte però a una crisi di fatto che rende deboli le dichiarazioni di principio, quindi anche qui occorre un ripensamento. Allora io credo che l'insegnamento che si può trarre dalla costante visione del diritto è quella di riproporre quegli equilibri costituzionali in materia di ambiente e di energia che si sono ormai consolidati e stabilizzati formalmente, ma che devono essere ripensati sostanzialmente. Questo è il nucleo, diciamo, di una riflessione giuridica su principi che hanno orientato positivamente l'ambientalismo contemporaneo, ma che oggi devono essere articolati diversamente per poter avere ancora un ruolo nel nostro sviluppo.
Thank you very much. Professor Katarzyna, will you translate the speech, Professor Oltini, in English or not?
Well, one second, I have a copy for everybody, just
Okay.
Elmas went to print this copy, so in 10 minutes, I will distribute his speech to all our English speakers. I'm just only looking if there is no somebody who should be online. That's why the next, who is the next one? You have a program on this because I don't.
Yes, Joseph.
Jose, he should be,
Let's
he should,
start
Jose is here.
online.
So,
presentation. Today we have two online presentations. First presentation from Groningen, prepared by Jose Gabriel Luis Cordova. Jose prepared presentation about very interesting issues because about meeting energy and digital. Jose, the screen is yours. Can you hear me?
yes, it's an excellent way of saying the screen
Yes,
is
I
yours.
can. Can you hear me?
You need to share your presentation. Yes, it's
Yeah,
here. Can you
it's,
see it? Okay,
yes.
perfect. Maybe it's not too loud
Excellent.
here.
Can you hear me then?
Yes, yes, yes. Let's start.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And indeed, Professor Hefner, it's such a pity that I was not able to join in person. So I'm not only missing the weather now, because now well, we have kind of a good weather in the Netherlands, but I'm really missing the company, and then whatever can be out of it. And I really I'm really missing that. And so it's such a pity that because of my work commitments, I was not able to join in person, but let's redress that for the next time. Because I think that we need to get closer together and then to get continue growing on these fields. And I really appreciate your first words. And then I also noticed that justice is becoming more and more prominent, especially in the context of the transformation of the transition itself, in which we can also come across so many injustice situations in which justice needs to be redressed or it needs to be avoided in the first place. That's why I wanted to bring today this topic on the twin transitions. That's something that I have been working on for some time already. And then I was always curious how these two transitions now they are coming together and to what extent should we take into consideration a little bit more often how justice is being considered, and even beyond that, how justice is being enforced via the legal framework and how it's being designed from the policy perspective. That's why today I will be providing some insights on that based on previous research results that I have got. So essentially, we continue dealing with the same problem that we have been facing so far. That's the energy trilemma. That's not something that is ignored by us. This combination of security of supply, sustainability, and equity continue driving us in this quest for a more sustainable model to follow. And then we are trying to be very creative in that sense, try to move forward to this sustainable model that we are aiming to achieve. And then for that, we are trying to find enablers that allow us to move forward in that direction, to make us move faster and a more optimal and efficient way. That's why this creativity has conducted us so far to integrate now new digital solutions to move forward towards this ideal that we are now not just pursuing. And essentially now we are seeing how these two transitions, the digital and the energy one, being combined into one. Now I think that we cannot even longer speak about the energy transition without speaking about the digital transition itself, especially in the context of the EU. Perhaps in developing countries such as my home country, this is something that is still need to be seen. But then in the EU, this is more and more prominent, and then we are seeing how these digital solutions now they are taking place in the field to address different kind of challenges. We can mention, for instance, grid congestion. That is something that the Netherlands is really struggling with. But then these digital solutions now are being implemented in the way in which they have been designed so far from the policy and also fostered via the legal framework. And oftentimes these two transitions now, they are kind of like not acknowledging fully the justice concerns that come with them. And then for that, I just departing mainly from setting the analytical framework. So I am going to dive into this because this is well known by us already. And then I decided to go for a little bit more expanded analytical framework, integrating also some visions or current visions of restorative and cosmopolitan. And this is something that has been questioned by some colleagues already, and I find very important that we keep this mindset in which once an injustice is being caused, we need to be able to redress it, and we need to be even aware of that we are not alone in this world, and even if we have premises to or objectives to achieve, we are still part of the same planet. So then I still do think that we should move forward towards this transition by overusing or exploring in a very negative way the resources from other third countries that might not be our own or are even within our own region. So then that's why I decided to go for this expanded analytical framework for analyzing the selected policy and regulatory instrument that I put under the microscope. And essentially for that, I targeted essentially the European Green Deal and the Digital Compass to guiding public policies from the EU, especially because of the role that they play in this whole debate on how these twin transitions, how they are taking place. And one may think that this is very theoretical, but we are feeling this in our own flesh and bones every day, how we are being pushed towards this integrated model in which we need to be able to be more flexible and then also have the resources to access whatever is needed for that purpose. And then because policy itself is not enforceable, I wanted to have a look also to two selected legal instruments that have been contributing now to set those policy aims within regulation and hopefully being efficiently implemented. And that's the case of the Just Transition Fund that we have heard about so often, and then also the decision implementing the digital decade compass from the EU. And then what I have found is that we keep having this miss of this lack of comprehensive view on the justice concerns that come from the policy design and also from the regulation that came after that policy design in terms of the 5 indicators that I have just mentioned. If we have a look at the distribution, we see how we keep apart from the policy design the gaps and the challenges that so far these two transitions have been facing. And such is the case, we could mention what digital poverty and energy poverty are. Now they are being dealt still apart, and then there is no comprehensive view that these two challenges that have been for a long time with us already, they still play an important role, especially in the context of the twin transitions. So not everyone is able to afford these smart technologies that are required for demand-side flexibility. And this is one of the examples I could mention. If I see from the policy design also the procedural aspect of it, I still see that these are more on an advisory level, and then it's still up to the member states to define how this consultation process really take place. In terms of recognition, we still see that there is an overlooking approach towards vulnerable groups in which part of the very vulnerable part of the population that's still not acknowledged because of this parallelism between the energy and the digital. If we see restorative justice in so many cases, we see that we do not think about the effects that we are causing in third countries from which we are extracting these resources that we need for the transition itself. And then also from the cosmopolitan perspective, how are we also affecting those communities that they are not within the EU, and then how we keep this Eurocentric way of approaching this phenomena. So then essentially we are seeing some persistent gaps in terms of policy and regulation, which we are seeing these challenges still disconnected, and nowadays they are more connected than ever. We see the needs some more participation in decision making, especially regarding these specific changes that are taking place that are really affecting communities and society in general. And we need to be completely aware that the decisions that we are taking today in the EU towards moving forward the energy transition do have an impact on the third countries, even though they have not been a full acknowledgement from the policy and legal framework perspective. So then there is a need indeed to close this gap that we are now facing in terms of integrating better how we are perceiving these challenges that we are dealing with now, how to have a stronger participation in decision making, how to be even make able these people from these non-EU countries to have redress mechanisms to redress these injustice conflicts that could arise from this extraction process. Because at the end, we are all part of the same world, and then the negative effects that we are causing today might affect us in the future, and that's why climate change now is very on top of the EU agenda, and then we need to continue having a look at it. So then that's what I wanted to share with you today. You can have access to the publication via these QR codes, and I will be very happy to be in contact with you. Unfortunately, I need to leave after my presentation, but I think that you can find my contact details, and I will be always happy to have a one-on-one meeting or further discussing this in an online or physical environment. So I do invite you to continue discussing this, and I wish you a very successful debate session. And enjoy Pavia on my behalf, and I really hope that we can see each other again in any moment soon. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Jose. Next presentation prepared Professor Jurgita Malinaskaite from Brunel University, London, and Pitatus Magnus University. Jurgita, the screen is yours. Can you hear me?
Hello, buongiorno, good morning. Yes, I can hear you. I can't share my screen. Okay, maybe right now I'll be able to share my screen. Can you see my slides?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So,
Thank you. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this fantastic conference, and especially Katarzyna. And yes, unfortunately, I could not attend in person, but I must say, Raphael, that London looks amazing. We have like 29 degrees and something like that. It's really nice and sunny. And I was in Italy, in Padua, like less than 2 weeks ago to another conference, but due to some personal commitments, I could not be with you in person today. Hopefully next time I'll visit. Today's topic, because we are talking about challenges, so I want to bring to this table a different issue. While we are excited about, renewable energy, clean transition, just transition, I think one must also think what will happen next. So very brief background in terms of renewable energy, how things are going worldwide. Then my main focus of today's presentation will be on the EU. So very quickly, the EU Solar Energy Strategy that was published in 2022, and then what targets the EU is planning to achieve. And then we have some statistical data in terms of like prediction, what waste will be created from the renewable energy technologies. Some examples, US was mentioned today, so some examples from the US in terms of wind turbines being landfilled. Then more kind of from a circular economy point of view, a little bit about composition of renewable energy technologies. And, I'm kind of champion for more repurposing, recycling materials that are used in these technologies. And then in terms of what legislation is saying, starting with some general umbrella policies, then to more specific pieces of legislation. And very brief conclusion, though I must admit it's still work in progress with this topic. Now, in terms of renewable energy, so if you look UN reports, now it is suggesting that the renewable energy sources now available in almost all countries around the world. It is becoming more and more affordable because obviously cost is very important, and it is what Irina reported that the cost actually decreased by 90%, especially in terms of solar. It's also reporting that renewable energy is healthier, and also there are estimations that in terms of electricity, it will be really significant improvement where we can achieve around 90% of the world's electricity coming from renewable energy sources. Now, moving to the EU. In terms of the EU, obviously, we have a renewable energy directive. We had renewable energy targets for some time, starting with 20, now 42.5%, obviously trying to achieve 45%. There are also improvement in terms of solar, because solar is regarded as the fastest increasing energy source in the EU. And now it is becoming more and more competitive in terms of what I said, like cost. If looking at Eurostat and statistical data in the latest report, in 2024, it was out of 47.5% of electricity produced from renewable energy sources. You can see more than half, 23.4%, came from solar energy. And there are now also targets aimed to reach at least 700 gigawatts of solar PV by 2030. We also think about solar that, you know, it's really, you can use, there are lots of benefits, you can use quite diverse usage. So that is a bit of background. Now, one must also think it's all exciting to have these technologies, that it is progressing and benefits, you know, as I said, in terms of healthier, more clean energy. But then we have to think about waste that, you know, it's already being produced and will be produced even more significantly in the future. And here it is a fantastic report recently published from a Joint Research Center, where they do have estimations how much waste it will be produced. And as you can see, we are focusing on two main. I want to say that it is currently in the literature more focus on wind turbines, PV panels, but obviously we have to think about other type of waste as well, because renewable energy technologies also involve heat pumps. We have batteries involved in that. So it is more diverse, but these are the most common ones, and in the literature, more research related to these. So as you can see, significant amount of waste will be produced. A bit of example, these are only obviously predictions, so I looked at some other ones, not from EU, but other sources as well. Here the photo is in Scotland, because Scotland already had to replace their old wind turbines. I think it is more or less after 30 years, they had to be replaced, and it was in a port in Scotland that these blades were sitting for 18 months because we could not know what to do with them. So now they will be recycled, but the point is that we really need to have a plan what to do once these blades, for example, have end of life. And one must also not to forget that a case in Wyoming back in 2020, where lots of wind turbines blades were landfilled, and obviously reaching lots of media. And once, you know, thinking about just transition, obviously landfills usually in a poor area close to vulnerable communities. So one might question to what extent, you know, renewable energy technologies, they really clean, if we think about end of life not being dealt properly. Now, from a circular economy point of view, we also have to think about, you know, composition of renewable energy technologies, and what kind of materials, you know, we can obtain. So if we talk about PV, either PV panels, energy, wind energy technology, or batteries, so there are lots of valuable recyclable materials such as steel, copper, aluminium, fiberglass of glass. There are also critical raw materials that can be also obtained. Now, thinking about what we have in legislation. So obviously we have a European Green Deal, an umbrella that brought for us attention in the EU, that we really need to think about this clean transition. And more recently, we have Clean Industrial Deal that's also bringing some new pieces of legislation. So in terms of this research, and I said the work still in progress, so I selected, these are not all of them, I just gave some examples because I will be reviewing some more pieces of legislation, but obviously Waste Framework Directive is the one that deals more generally with waste, and we all use the waste hierarchy, how we manage waste, with prevention being on the most desirable option, and obviously disposal the least desirable option. Then the more focus was made on the Waste Electrical and Electronic Equipment Directive. I'm really keeping an eye on it because it's currently under review. Then we have Batteries Regulation, Critical Raw Material Act, published 2024, Net Zero Industry Act as well. Now, as part of Clean Industrial Deal, we have a Circular Economy Act that should be coming this year. And in addition, we have other type of legislation, where, like, Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, where businesses, including industries, especially large industries, they need to report on their ESG. And we have economy regulation where also methodology is explained by the EU. Mindful about the time, so what predominantly was looking at this one, the EEE directive. As I said, it is currently under review. What was interesting that, if you look back from historical point of view, so it's actually, and in terms of visibility, already in 2012, this directive extended its scope to embrace PV panels. So it was under Article 2. However, one actually question and critique it because while it extended the scope and improved the visibility of PV panels, it identified as PV fell under category of large equipment. So industry, they had concerns that, obviously large equipment, it is very broad category, and you have to think about that PV panels, they are life kind of cycle is about 30 years. So it's very different for other large electrical equipments. So that obviously did not work very well. So, but we had this one from August 2012 to August 2018, and when the decision was made, suddenly the Commission issued another additional decision in 2019 that the member states, they should report PV panels separately. It falls under category of consumer equipment and plus PV panels. But PV panels were included as a subcategory. So now, obviously, in terms of the revision of the directive, what one would expect, a completely new category to make it very clear, to make it very visible.
Can you press microphone?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, sorry. And to conclude, so we do have large-scale deployment of renewable energy technologies. One was understand that it creates a significant amount of challenging waste streams. And I put in the future, actually it's happening already now, but in the future it will be a more significant amount. These technologies in terms of waste they really encompasses all different complex materials that it might not be easy to dismantle, might not be easy to recycle. So one thing that also I'll be looking at actually design, how renewable energy technologies are designed, because we need to be designed with thinking what will happen end of life. So unlocking the potential of repurpose, reuse, recycling, as I said, at the moment, in terms of my main research focus on Europe, there are not many facilities that can facilitate that. And in terms of legislation, once again, I focus more on the EU. It seems rather fragmented. There are really insufficient visibility even, and there is no kind of encouragement to deal with that waste properly. And it is obviously main concern what will happen at the end of a life. And when thinking about more just transition, so would it mean that more vulnerable communities actually will have to bear consequences of it? Thank you. And I want to promote a bit as well, a forthcoming book that I'm currently writing with Professor Hussam Johar. And yes, as Rafael mentioned, we need to address this issue from an interdisciplinary point of view. So Professor Johar is engineer. So we are focusing on waste management in the circular economy context. But one chapter, it is on waste from renewable energy industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much for your presentation about renewable energy in EU for thought-provoking perspective. Now we have 20 minutes for discussion. So, open discussion. Who have a question for Professor Pfeffer, Giovanni, Professor Jurgita, and Jose?
I will.
Professor.
Can you hear us? Jurgita.
Yeah, I can hear you.
So it's very exciting to see that you have a book on the topic coming out. But could you give us maybe a comparative example that you spoke about the waste from wind and mentioned the waste from solar, but if we're to take an overall perspective of the energy sector, what about the waste from coal or oil or gas or nuclear energy? Does your analysis include some cross energy source waste analysis? And if so, could you maybe give us a few of your thoughts on that? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It is a very good question. This book not specifically covers, fossil fuel waste from fossil fuels industries. We are mainly focusing on renewable energy because we found that this area is really under research. One thing that, when we talk about transition, renewable energy transition, one also must think about decommissioning all, fossil fuel plants. And the literature right now, in terms of recycling, they say it's mainly concrete and does not have lots of value, but obviously we need to think about that waste too. Yeah, it is a good question. I think we need to extend and do a bit of comparative analysis in that respect. As I said, it's more I was dealing only decommissioning of fossil fuel plants, and what literature is saying, it's mainly they're not in terms of like materials that you could recycle. Because for me was not looking at what I'm trying to do with what we both trying to do with this research to demonstrate that we need to change the definition of waste into materials or resources. That's how I was trying to build that, you know, if you're thinking about renewable energy industries. So when we talk about wind turbine, for example, blades or solar panels, we wanted not to see end of life as waste. We need to see it as materials, and to what extent we can be, you know, repurposed, recycled, and etc. in that context. But thank you for your question. I did not do proper comparison in terms of fossil fuel industries. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I have one question for Professor Rafael, because Professor is a specialist in a global perspective on just transition. I have a question about last United Nations resolution, because 3 days ago, United Nations considered a resolution about I think a new obligation states, because United Nations resolution saw that members of United States who collaborate in COP have a legal obligation for protect climate and create finance for this task. No moral, no political, but legal. Professor, do you think this resolution is a new chapter in global cooperation on just transition or not? Because actually we have a global goal creating during COP21 in Paris. Next collaboration, it's a chapter for action. But I think actually energy transition in different region on the world, especially Europe, but for example, Latin America too, need finance. Very interesting that this resolution is initiative very small states, because the initiative on Vanuatu. Vanuatu is very small states in the Pacific, but one of the countries who most directly exposed to the consequences on climate change, especially rising sea level. Professor.
Yeah, so a very good question. And I think we have to remember from a global perspective, it's encouragement to countries, firstly, to diversify their energy portfolio. So to encourage them to think about these clean energies, such as Jurgita has been talking about, but also nuclear, also hydropower, geothermal. And the idea here is to open up finance, so to give more financial opportunity to these countries. And I think international financial institutions need some encouragement to look at clean energy investment as a clear option. And actually, if you look at the countries today who are the most successful economically, they're the countries that are diversifying heavily their energy portfolio. It's not that you don't have maybe oil or gas, or it's not that you don't have coal burning, but you're looking to use this new technology. So I think for me, it's the United Nations realizing this is a technology revolution, and they want all countries to have access to that technology. And that's, let's say, a lesson over the last few years is from COVID-19. How do we increase, sort of health justice around the world? We tried to reduce the power of patents over drug supplies. So they're trying to encourage the energy sector to provide more solutions, to be more flexible, and to make that technology available for, even the small countries, as you suggested. So I think it's going to be something that is very big over the next few years. And we are already seeing the cost of energy go down. So I know there's one Indian colleague waiting to speak later, but solar energy in India went down by 80% in 10 years in India, and they still buy their panels from China. So there's huge reduction if all countries start doing it.
Can I just, one small second, the professor from India, he was going to speak in the afternoon, but this is very late for him. And he asked if he could speak now. So we will go for coffee later on. Maybe we will give him the floor, and then we will go for coffee, okay?
5 minutes. 5 minutes, because we all want to go to coffee.
Thank you.
That's a joke.
Yes.
Professor, let's start.
So we're ready to have your presentation now.
Professor Rangappa, Professor Rangappa, he doesn't maybe hear.
He's new.
From which side?
His side.
His side. So tell him to unmute if you can.
And you can hear us.
Professor Ayappa, you have to unmute your computer. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you to you, and sorry for this, problem with hours and so on. So thank you so much for being with us.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Good afternoon. Good morning for you, and good afternoon for me.
Good morning.
Yeah. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to share some of my recent developments in the area of clean energy, particularly related to India's sustainable development. It's a pleasure for me today, and I thank the organizers again to talk about the clean energy for India's sustainable development. Clean energy has become one of the one of the important pillars for economic growth, environmental protection, and energy security across the world. India, being one of the fastest growing economies, faces increasing energy demands, and therefore the transition toward the renewable and sustainable energy energy source is extremely very important. India, and today I will discuss India's renewable energy journey, major technologies, government initiatives, industrial
participation and future opportunities in the clean energy transition. Now, you know, this slide tells you the energy is the foundation of modern civilization, economic growth, industrial development, transportation, healthcare, education, agriculture, and digital infrastructure all depend on heavily on reliable energy access. So therefore, however, dependence on fossil fuels creates a serious environmental challenge, including air pollution, greenhouse gas emissions, and climate change. Therefore, clean energy is not only an environmental necessity, but also a developmental requirement for India's long-term sustainability. In fact, clean energy can help India achieve the energy security, reduced carbon emission, sustainable industrial growth, improved public health, and inclusive rural development. Now, the next slide, the global energy challenge. Globally, millions of people still lack reliable electricity access. So therefore, at the same time, excessive fossil fuel consumption contributes significantly to global warming and climate instability. India faces a dual challenge, meeting rapidly growing energy demand, reducing environmental degradation and carbon emissions. With population growth, the urbanization and industrialization, India's electricity demand is expected to increase degradation and increase substantially the coming decades. Therefore, adapting clean and renewable energy solutions is essential for balancing development with environmental responsibility. The next slide this is the first slide. Yeah, this is a third slide. I just touched the buttons. Renewable energy options for India. Renewable energy sources are naturally replenished and environmentally sustainable. Major renewable sources, which include solar energy, wind energy, biomass energy, hydropower, tidal and wave energy, geothermal energy, and so on. So these technologies reduce dependence on the imported fossil fuels and help lower greenhouse gas emissions. The government initiatives and private sector investments are accelerating renewable energy development across India. The next slide, this is the solar energy. The solar energy is one of the most promising renewable resources for India due to its geographical advantage and abundant sunlight availability. The solar photovoltaic technology converts sunlight directly into electricity with minimal environmental pollutions. And other are, in fact, India receives nearly 300 sunny days annually, making solar energy highly sustainable, suitable for large-scale development. However, again, solar energy is also faces certain challenges. Uh, 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 Weather dependence, energy storage requirements, large and requirement for utility scale projects, and so on. Despite these challenges, uh, technological improvements and falling costs are making solar energy increasingly affordable and efficient. This slide, this slide, this is the wind, hydro, and biomass. Wind energy utilizes moving air currents to generate electricity through wind turbines. India has strong wind potential, especially in states like Tamil Nadu, here in India, Gujarat, Karnataka, and Maharashtra. Hydropower uses flowing water to generate electricity and remains one of the oldest renewable technologies. And biomass energy converts agriculture waste, organic residues, and bio-waste into useful energy. Of course, these renewable sources diversify India's energy portfolio and improve grid stability. These are the other renewable sources. Biofuels and geothermal are renewable fuels produced from agricultural crops, algae, and organic waste materials. And bioethanol and biodiesel are increasingly being blended with conventional fuels to reduce pollution and fuel imports. Geothermal energy utilizes heat from beneath the Earth's surface for electricity generation and heating applications. Although geothermal energy is still at an early stage in India, it offers long-term clean energy potential. And the next slide, like tidal, wave, ocean current, hydrogen, and so on. This ocean-based energy technologies utilize ideal movement, wave motion, and ocean currents for electricity generation. Most of the countries, they know. India's long coastal line provides opportunities for marine renewable energy development. Another highly promising area is green hydrogen. Green hydrogen is produced through electrolysis using renewable electricity and can serve as a clean fuel for industries, transportation, and power generation. Green hydrogen has the potential to transform India's future energy economy. The next slide, probably in Hindi. Yeah. The recent scientific research is playing a major role in advancing the clean energy technologies. Research in photocatalytic hydrogen production and advanced hydrogen evolution catalyst is improving the efficiency of green hydrogen systems. In fact, we have a couple of papers published. Our recent publications on catalysis, science and technology, and another one is materials today. Next slide. The rising public, I said rising power demand. India's electricity demand is growing very rapidly due to pollution growth, population growth, industrial expansion, and urbanization, digitalization, rural electrification, and so on. That is the reason why electricity demand is growing every now and then. Meeting this demand entirely through fossil fuels would significantly increase environmental pollution and carbon emissions. Therefore, renewable energy expansion is essential for sustainable energy security. And this slide says the Indian power scenario. If you look at the graph, as installed power generation capacity has increased substantially over the past decade. Renewable energy now contributes an increasing share of the national energy mix, and the future projections indicate strong growth in both. And the other one is the installed renewable capacity peak electricity demand. And this demonstrates India's commitment toward a cleaner and more diversified energy system. The next slide, solar investments, statewide solar installations in India. The government of India is strongly, if you look at the slide, the government of India is strongly supporting domestic solar manufacturing and infrastructure development. Policy incentives and financial investments are encouraging large
Prof, I think his Wi-Fi is interrupted. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
What? Send him a message. Send him a message. Yes. Dear professor, we can't. He's gone.
Prof, I can't communicate with him, you know.
No, well, I understand, but just this is about communications, between South America, India, China. What shall we wait like 2 more minutes and then we are going for coffee? I suggest this.
Yeah, we'll have a picture outside with everyone before coffee.
Yeah. That's excellent idea. Yes, this is excellent idea because exactly the Provincia Pavese, which is the local journal, was going to come. If they didn't come, we will send them the photos.
He's saying he's trying to
reconnect. Okay, so let's. He's trying to reconnect. So let's wait. Let's give him this. Yes,
Professor, he just sent me a message. He's going to reconnect now. This is Shamir.
Okay.
He's going to reconnect.
Oh yes, Shamir.
I just spoke to him.
I see you on the screen. Don't worry.
Yeah. I just spoke to him.
Okay,
I just spoke to him.
In 10 minutes.
Because what we suggest that because we have now coffee. So maybe like in 20 minutes, because it won't last 10 minutes. I know that coffee will not last 10 minutes. So like in 20 minutes, how about this? Shamir?
So I'll tell him to reconnect in 20 minutes then.
Okay, but that he checks that we are back, because we might not be yet back, but we will try in 20 minutes. What time?
Okay, no problem.
What time is this? Is at 20 to 12, so we should be here at 12. Yes?
Yeah.
Yes, Chair?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do.
Thank you very much.
Picture outside.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much, Professor Jurgita, Professor Rangappa, absent, Professor Heffron.
Professor Cordini, right? So everybody will get the English text of Professor Cordini, because maybe it's my fault, but I had to ask the permission if I can diffuse online the text. No, I gave you printed version, but the people who are online, they didn't get the version. So I will send you. And if I haven't done, because I was not quite sure if I can distribute at this moment. So I got it. Yes, we are doing the picture. Georgia, reconnect in 20 minutes.
Bye, Prof. See you later.
Okay. Thank you so much for being with Noah. Thank you so much for being with us. And well, I'm one woman.
Can I interrupt? Can I interrupt? Because of
Professor Rangappa is back. President, yes.
yeah. Just another 2 slides.
He's difficult. So let's get.
No coffee. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes. So let's
I'm very sorry. My Wi-Fi interrupted very badly. The more another 2-3 slides. Yes. Move towards the renewable sources. So India is rapidly transition toward renewable energy sources. In fact, renewable energy is expected to contribute nearly half of India's electricity generation in coming decades. This transition offers several benefits like reduced electricity costs, lower greenhouse gas emission, improved energy dependence, reduced fossil fuels, and clean energy transition also creates employment opportunities and promotes green industrial growth. The next slide. Yeah, India has become one of the world's leading nations in solar energy expansion. Due to its location in the global solar belt, India possesses enormous solar generation potential. And over the past decade, India's solar capacity has increased dramatically because of government support, falling solar panel prices, improved technology, private sector investments, and so on. India's, in fact, solar success demonstrates how policy and innovation can transform the energy sector. At the next slide, the landmark solar projects. India has developed several globally recognized solar projects. Bhadla Solar Park in Rajasthan is among the world's largest solar power plants, and rooftop solar systems are also growing rapidly in urban and residential sectors. These projects demonstrate India's large-scale renewable implementation capability. So Nandala. Yeah. The upcoming solar, the government's protection linked initiative or PLI scheme support domestic solar. I mean, India has a lot of encouragement, financial impact and so on. Policy strategies, India is implementing several policy measures to accelerate renewable adoption. Important strategies which include hybrid renewable energy systems and decentralized solar projects, financial incentives and subsidies, rural electrification programs. These initiatives aim to improve energy accessibility, affordability, and sustainability. So the next slide, National Clean, the Energy Target, India has announced ambitious clean energy goals. The country is aimed to achieve 500 GW of non-fossil fuel energy capacity before 2030 and net zero carbon emissions by 2070. And these targets demonstrate India's strong commitment toward climate action and sustainable development. And achieving these goals will require continued technological innovations, policy support, and so on. The conclusion, of course, renewable energy is essential for India's sustainable future. Clean energy can simultaneously address energy security, environmental protection, economic growth, climate change mitigation. The future of India's energy sector will depend on scientific innovation, government policies, industrial investment, and also public participation. Thank you for all. Thank you everyone for listening me. And I hope this discussion has highlighted the importance of clean energy in shaping the India's sustainable future. Although there were some distractions in between. I would be happy to answer any of your comments.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your interesting speech. And now it's almost time to coffee. So I close this opening session. Today we discussed with Professor Rafael Heffron from Abu Dhabi University, Professor Giovanni Cortini from University of Pavia, Professor Jurgita Malinaskaite from Brunel University in London, Jose Gabriel Cordoba from Groningen Energy Center, and Professor Rangaba from India. Thank you very much for your speech and thank you very much for your participation in this session. Thank you.
Thank you. I can see, Giorgio, you're online. I can answer your question maybe later. I don't know. It's, yeah. I saw your question in the chat.
Also, I made one comment for Professor Rangappa. Maybe you can, both of you, try to maybe answer to a new and young students.
Yeah, I don't know when, if we will have any Q&A after the coffee break or not. Let's see. If not, then yes, I can.
Yeah, because Italians at this time they like to have coffee break, so for them it's very crucial. It's like a ritual, an important moment.
Yeah. How about you? Where are you based?
Yes, it's more important than the lesson itself.
Yeah.
It's very crucial.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much. Asim. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi. Meeting.
No, è tutto, però non ci sono ancora partecipato. Non so se si deve collegare
Sì, sì,
qualcuno.
ma no, ma YouTube va.
YouTube, penso di sì.
Non tocchiamo niente
No.
perché
Siamo Damiano.
aspettiamo Damiano. Luigi, cominciamo perché aspetti.
Chi siamo adesso? Susanna, io e Damiano.
Susanna vuole allora sento. Ragazzi, perché mangiamo ma ragazzi.
Beh, io faccio giusto 10 minuti.
So, in Europa, the system of the Second World War, the United Nations systems is increased this so necessary is
Chiedeva Caterina se la registrazione è ancora con voi.
Sì, sì, è live. È un po' in ritardo.
Because the
Perfetto.
Perfetto? Tutto va?
Sì,
Allora,
su
io
YouTube, questo YouTube siamo...
va.
Sì.
Super, Zoom è attivato. Allora io faccio
Beh, aspettiamo che arrivino.
sì, però io faccio piccola sì. Apparently we should not say I didn't ask why, but I missed this little piece that you don't say ladies and gentlemen, that you have to say dear audience in English. Because the parliament
Politically correct.
yes, dear audience. So, dear audience, we are going to continue the second part of the morning, and in this section, we will have two speakers, and then we will have
Devo
lunch.
aspettare che arrivino gli altri.
4 speakers.
Yeah. No, 3.
Yes, but Susanna wants to talk at 4. There is another thing that the coffee break will be at 4, and after we will because our coffee shop is not able to provide things later than 4 o'clock. One more second, Luigi, we have to start.
There's no one.
Yeah, that's
also in the law.
yeah.
There is a new division.
Yes, and also Max, we have a new environmental code which developed systems regarding the local.
This is called the global consideration of environment. This is called that in other field, for example, in the field of development,
So our following speaker, right, where is Susanna? Because maybe we could squeeze her. Susanna. Where is Susanna? Because maybe you would be able to. Because at 4 o'clock we have a coffee break, because the coffee break.
You would like me to have number?
One more second. Time we have. No, we won't make it. That's okay. That's okay. Right. One small second. So our following speaker will be Luigi Maia Pepe from the University E-Campus, which is in Rome, apparently.
It's everywhere.
You have to tell me where. Absolutely. No, I want to come.
Actually, it's in Lombardy, the main headquarters in Novedrato,
Really?
close to Como. Excellent.
Okay, I will come to Rome. So Luigi is going to present the general, very general, but extremely useful and intellectually coherent this section is, because it's just transition in Italy, and Professor Fuschi will follow up on this on just transition in Lombardy.
Yeah.
Is it not great?
Yeah.
This is well,
Sussidiarity principle.
no, we have that's already for a book. No, don't you think that the program,
Fits.
It's all they are all
It's
already chapters of the book.
Yeah.
Professor Luigi Maria Pepe, the floor is yours. Is it okay?
Thank you, Caterina. And can you hear me all? Yeah. First of all, I would like to thank Caterina for the organization of this very interesting conference. She's been able to bring all of us together, like different expertise from different countries, from different fields, to talk about a very broad but very actual and important and challenging topic. I've heard all the speakers in these days. Everyone has brought like its own national experiences, also a comparative overview. Like me, I want to, since we are in Italy, give some overview of what is happening in Italy, and especially a topic that somehow has not been very addressed on a legal basis, let's say, because as Professor Cordini first said, now we are facing descendant and down moment for environmental constitution, and there's might maybe be happening this switch from a constitutional momentum, this switch from environmental constitutionalism to energy constitutionalism. And why I say this? Because like the energy field, the energy industry might and has to be all like technology and economical transformation and processes has to be seen from the major industry that caused the problem, but impacts on the markets, and energy is one of them. And so what I'm gonna try to address in these like few notes, because like time is tyrant now, is what is happening in Italy and what is like perhaps the Italian way to accelerate just transition and energy transition from a constitutional point of view. And in order to do this, it's important to get the hands inside our constitution to see which are like the precise reference to energy in our constitution, which are main two articles that they're gonna give you a very broad understanding of the topic. These articles are Article 43 and Article 117. Article 43, it's an article that actually has never been enforced and enacted. For the Constituent Assembly on Article 43 provided that the state may reserve or transfer to public entities or communities or users the management of enterprises relating to essential public services, energy sources, or situation of monopoly. This was an article very interesting, despite never being enacted, remaining, let's say, dormant, because it showed the intention of the Constituent Assembly, the intention that the energy industry, it's not an ordinary economic industry, and let's say it's kindly of intrinsically connected to public interest and to sovereignty itself. And so the Constituent provided for this constitutional provision in order to keep for the state the right to decide everything in the energy industry. As I said, has never been enacted this provision because the liberalization and privatization processes of the 90s happened, so started European market integration, and so the privatization brought efficiency, competition, security of supply, and but now we start to see like this major public role, this major public interest of energy with the global energy crisis and the climate change mitigation policies, how it starts to come again on the political scenario. And on the other hand, we have Article 117, which is the second part of our constitution, which has been reformed in 2001, which is mostly referred to the division and distribution of powers. So where's the power to decide about energy matters in Italy? It's a concurrent legislation between state and territorial autonomy, so region, because Italy is a regional state. And so on one side, the state fixes the general principles of the industry, and then the region can decide and then can enact these principles. And this distribution of powers, let's say, from 2001 has generated several problems because especially we see, if you look at the development of energy sources like renewables or like wind or solar PV plants, regions in this territorial autonomy have frequently slowed down and brought major energy projects to disputes for other public interests they were trying to protect, of course, like environmental protection, landscape protection. And there has been this conflict between the public interest of the energy transition, because it's a public interest to pursue, and the public interest to environmental protection, landscape protection, territorial planning. And so this dispute between state and region has been like longly addressed by the Italian Constitutional Court, by the Italian jurisprudence, which tried to balance these disputes. And all over the time, the Constitutional Court has to find a balance, but always like bringing the energy policies, the energy policies back to the state. Despite this concurrent legislation, the Constitutional Court say the public interest we are pursuing with energy transition, now we cannot leave it to the region. We cannot let like the region to make these choices on to slow down or to ban energy projects, because energy now is a matter of national securities. Why this brief notes, this brief introduction about which constitutional provision entail the energy matter? Because I would say our constitution is contradictory, but has also a huge potential, because reading together the Article 43 and the evolution and the interpretation of Article 117, you cannot deny that the role of the state and the public interest pursued by the energy transition, by the energy industry, is undeniable. And so my final notes, I would like to state, my statement is that just transition, energy transition cannot only be addressed and be studied and be analyzed as a technological or economical process. There is only a constitutional path for energy transition and for just transition. There is a constitutional model, perhaps, that on one side can increase and make the transition faster and maybe even more just. And there is a constitutional model that maybe it's not able to make this balance, and somehow can slow down the energy transition the energy transition. Also because just transition cannot also be limited to environmental sustainability alone. A just transition has to also be addressed as a constitutional justice. So because who controls energy and who benefits from it, who bears the cost of the transition, and also how the democratic legitimacy is preserved during these transformation. And this because nowadays it's impossible to not recognize energy as a new expression of national security and of state sovereignty, and I would say as an emerging constitutional function. With this, let me clarify, I'm not hoping or paving the way for a new economic model like a centralized ownership model or going back to the traditional statism. It's just acknowledging that energy governance, it's not only about energy regulation, but it's also about the constitutional government of energy and the relation between energy and the form of state. And the Italian experience that is contradictory paths we've analyzed and the constitutional jurisprudence and the eventual constitutional reform that may be enacted on this topic can pave the way even abroad, even in other system for addressing energy sovereignty as a new constitutional function for countries. With this, I thank you so much. I hope I stayed in my time. Thank you.
So thank you, Mrs. Fredi. It's extremely important that we tell you something about Italy, about our region, and that's why, as I said, it's my perfect intellectually coherent program. Well, joking, of course. Will lead to Professor Fuschi and his.
We have Professor Efron also to moderate, if you want to save time.
But Professor Efron was a little bit on the side, so I don't know if.
Yeah, but maybe we can.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
We can. Maybe we can.
Yes.
Perfect.
And yes, because there is a little change that Professor has from my. If we manage, because in the program we had Zuzanna Brodska, so if we manage after Professor Damiano Fuschi, yes, if we manage, it would be good to because we have very heavy session in the afternoon, as you can see. Thank you very much. Sorry, yes, absolutely, Professor.
Okay, so now our final speaker of this session then before we have lunch, Damiano.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It's a great pleasure for me to be here. And first of all, I want to thank Professor Katarzyna Gromek to invite me and come back in the university where I studied, where I had my PhD. Is always a great emotion. And to try to be in time, but before I dive into my quick remarks, I want to take a brief moment to acknowledge that we are in this magnificent room that is entitled to Alessandro Volta, and is a little bit ironic and fitting to what we are talking today, because we are discussing of just transition and energy, maybe thanks or because of Alessandro Volta, who sparked in this university his studies about electricity and energy, and he shaped the future of his era. And so we have to keep this legacy in mind when we talk about just transition and energy. So talking about my theme, it is about, we can call in Italian translation, about regional law. I taught regional law in this university, so I want to clarify some points about what Luigi said before about constitutionalism and where we can find the relation between the local government and the just transition.
So the truth is that Brussels or a national capital can set ambitious targets, but they cannot execute them on the ground if they are not connected to the local government. So the complex and often muddy battleground for a just transition, focusing on the Italian context and specifically on Lombardy, show why balancing industrial competitiveness and climate goals is fundamentally for a regional responsibility. To understand this, we heard Professor Pepe's speech, and we have to focus on Article 117 that established that production, transport, and national distribution of energy is a matter of current legislation between the state and the region. So we have law from the region and law from the states that regulate this matter under Article 118 that enshrines the principle of subsidiarity. The idea that administrative decisions should be taken as close as possible to the citizen. And here we have a recap. So this is not only a legal trivia, it is the core of sustainable governance. Italian regions are not the only administrative branches of which with the states execute the state law, but they are the primary architects of how this transition is practically implemented. So they must navigate the bureaucracies and about renewable plans. They must mediate between national institutions and local governments. And so without strong, legally empowered regional governance, even the most elegant national energy strategies remain an empty promise on a paper. And so, to bring to the heart, to the core of my speech, we have to analyze why Lombardy is very important for Europe and Italy. So Lombardy is not just any region, we can say. It is the industrial and the economic engine of Italy, and one of the so-called four motors of Europe alongside Baden-Württemberg, Catalonia, and Rhône-Alpes in France, with roughly the 23% of the Italy's GDP, more than 800,000 companies registered here in Lombardy. It's manufacturing powerhouse in machinery, automotive, chemicals, pharmaceuticals, steel processing, and so on. It makes Lombardy a very important center for economics at the core of Europe. So for a region that relies heavily on service and tourism, cutting emission would be very easily or straightforward. But Lombardy faces a more complex, seemingly contradictory task, because we cannot achieve our climate goals by simply deindustrializing the country. So the deindustrialization is not just a transition, it's an economic fail, we can say. And for this reason, we have to analyze what is happening in Lombardy compared to international and national policies. Because as I said at the beginning of my speech, of course, we shape environmental protection law, the just transition law at the international level, because there are administrative borders can stop pollution and so on. But then to bring them to the ground, we have to work with the local government. And so to achieve this very delicate balance, regional governments must adopt a profoundly local perspective. I really like talking about local perspective because I heard the first time about the local perspective 15 or more or less years ago. It was a very fancy theory brought up by international lawyer, and then it quite disappeared from the academic debate. But I think that nowadays maybe it's more important than before, because it merged the perspective of a global government merged with a local perspective. So we have to recognize that social acceptability is won or lost locally, of course. When we plan a new grid of infrastructure, renewable energy hubs, hydrogen facilities, and so on, the NIMBY syndrome arrives for the people who lives in the territory. The NIMBY syndrome, of course, is that one that is the acronym of not in my backyard, because we can approve and we can like some policies, but when is the time to put onto the ground those kind of policies in our home, we start to protest because we don't want this kind of infrastructure. We were talking before that here near Pavia, they are building a very big data center that will give many opportunities to workers, but the people of the town doesn't want to have this data center for environmental problems and so on. And so, going fast, we have to remember the crucial concept of just transition related to economic. Just transition was not born in the academic halls or in the EU institution. It was born in labor law, because in the during the 70s and the 80s, the trade union struggles when workers in high-impact industries demanded that the ecological transition would not happen on their backs, of course. And so the question is, can we work in a healthy environment, or we have to lose our jobs? And so, making a quick comparison with another region in Italy, Regione Puglia or Apulia, where there is this very big plant that produces steel, the Ilva plant. There have been several referendums among the workers, and a large majority voted in favor of continuing to work in a plant that they knew the plant is killing them, but they need to save their economic dignity. So even if we are quite far from the 70s, we are facing in Italy, again, the problem, this dichotomy between working in a health place or losing the job. So if we force workers, and of course they are the social weaker, the weaker workers, because they can have the way to decide where to work. And if they have to bargain their health, the health of their families with the economic dignity, we are not talking about transition, a just transition. So this is a tragic failure of transition that does not put the human at the center of the topic. So today I can say, sorry, I didn't change the slide, but now I will catch up. I was saying we live in a quantitative-oriented world. Government, law, sociology, policy making increasingly rely on data indicators, economic model, numerical targets, and so on. This is necessary, of course, but we must never forget that at the very center of this topic, we have to consider the human being and environment. So if we lose sight of this, even the most just policies remain on paper, and the risk is that we are turning in a technocratic and quantitative drifts. So efficient on spreadsheet, but deeply dehumanizing in reality. So to shift to clean energy will disrupt traditional supply chains in Lombardy. And I want to briefly focus on those numbers. How Lombardy is trying to catch up this great challenge through its regional program for energy, environmental, and climate. So the region has committed ambitious target for 2030 targets for no ETS sector by reducing from 43.8 the GHG emission, reduce the energy consumption, asking people to use less energy, but making some more efficient infrastructure, and then to arise the share of renewable energy on the market. And it is very important for us as lawyer and scholar to highlight the role of the Regional Law 2 of 2022 that actively supports renewable energy, empowering citizens, SMEs, and the municipality to produce the share of local energy. And so we can say in that dialogue between the state and the region, in which way the region approved a regional law in order to improve the market energy. And so, of course, the just transition is often framed as an environmental mandate, but in Lombardy, taking the Lombardy as an example, we know it is a profound industrial and social transformation by empowering regional and local governments to lead the local strategy, of course. Leveraging, of course, in their constitutional mandate are under Article 117 and 118. So to road to a global energy is paved with a local and regional success. I know I've been a little bit fast, but I'm very happy. I used only 10 minutes of your time. So I hope that we will have the chance to publish our speech, and I want to thank you all again. Thank you.
She's going to present.
Professor keeps saying that I'm interfering. So
No, I'm not.
to interfere. But what I said, because of Professor Rangappa,
Yeah.
we didn't have the paper of Professor Brodska. Therefore, if we can give her a floor.
Yeah. I can move.
So.
Can I move?
Yeah. So, good afternoon. We are already in the afternoon. And thank you very much indeed to Katarzyna and all of you for being present here. I will speak briefly. And the topic is the topic I see both as a practitioner and a person that is still deals with academia. The point is that at the very beginning, we have seen the transition, the just transition as a topic of environmental dimension. However, today, the point is that there's a strong relationship between the energy transition and the so-called digital transformation. The digital aspect is not only a transformation, it's not only a transition, but a transformation that's changing really our way of living and the way we approach the topics of energy. So going forward, I will not speak anymore about the types of justice, because Professor Herman already described to us this topic. The point is, however, that energy is, of course, not only a commodity, but an enabler of rights like health, education, and mobility. And the energy, as we see it today, it's very different commodity from what we have observed at the beginning of 2000. We moved quickly from a centralized generation to decentralized systems with digital energy ecosystems. And it's really well presented in this slide. I have recently read a presentation from Terna. Terna, it is the major European transmission system operator. And they underlined that at the beginning of 2000, in Italy, we had only 800 generators. Now, only if we take example of renewable energy sources, they are forced to manage more than 2,118,000 sources. And this brings us to the obvious observation that everything is based on digital platforms, exchange of data, and the data occurs in the real time. So the digital devices are, of course, a kind of hidden heart and the most important heart of energy transition, but still they are very fragile. So energy infrastructures are increasingly targeted by cyber attacks. Again, this slide describes to us the results of a recent research from the annual report on information security policy of the Italian government. And as you can see, the cyber threats in the energy sector are constantly increasing. The number of cyber attacks is increasing. also the types of instruments, informatic instruments, are quite diversified, from unauthorized access to malware up until to disruption of services. Of course, at the European level, the regulator developed a number of instruments. So, for example, starting from 2016, we have the NIS2 directive, and we have the regulation of 2019, and so on, up until the Cyber Resilience Act regulation. So the point here is not to indicate that there is a gap in the regulation, but the problem in this sector is other EU sectors is that of fragmentation. So what I believe is that what is missing is an integrated framework that explicitly recognizes that the digitalization of energy sector implies cyber risks that are also social risks with direct impact on the continuity of energy supply. And this brings us to some practical considerations. For example, as of today, if we consider devices like the battery energy storage system, we are still missing homogeneous technical standards for these devices. So this is a technical point, technical issue. The another issue is that as regards this kind of devices, we depend on furnitures, on supplies from non-EU countries. So this is also the political issue of non-sovereignty or non-sufficient sovereignty. And then there's a point concerning the liability. Who is liable in case of cyber incident? Is this the producer, the manufacturer that is based on another continent? Is this the owner of the assets, the manager of the assets, or the aggregator? And the point is that the issues of liabilities cannot be, unfortunately, resolved only on contractual basis, although we try to be as clear as possible. And the problem is that when the liability chains are blurred, the contractual framework fails to assign the responsibilities. And this perhaps should be done on the level of the European Union at least. Because if we speak about the digital transition that's connected with the energy market, the point is that we should not only think about Europe, but on more global basis. However, what we could do is to integrate cybersecurity in energy governance and planning from the very beginning, not as afterthought. And second, promote EU-wide standards for IT, OT, and IoT devices. And certainly recognize also cybersecurity as part of the right to energy. So the point is that we should anticipate cyber risks, of course, if possible, not only react to them, because otherwise we are creating an energy transition that is technically solid, and this is all to see, but socially fragile. So I have tried to be quite quick and quite speedy, under 10 minutes. And this topic will be then developed also by Ms. Agnieszka with particular attention to criminal law aspects also.
Thank you very so much. Very, very interesting. Really very interesting. I know that it's linked to the presentation this afternoon. But what I would like to say, really, please be 5 minutes to 3, because the professor who is going to talk from China. In China, it's going to be 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock. So I'm asking you really at 3 o'clock, because China is super important for our topic, as you understand. So Yes, so 5 minutes to 3. Thank you, Susanne. This was super interesting. And the issue of cybersecurity is another burning topic, I would say, burning topic.
Because it's technical topic.
Well, it's
important to understand it also.
Energy as such, it is a technical topic, just so all issues that we have. So we are in Cortile delle Magnole, and now
If there are some questions.
Any questions? Yes, we have 10 minutes.
Oh, no, actually, I was intervening. Your presentation was actually very interesting. You somehow raised a very interesting point when you mentioned like the role of TERN and switching from the amount of generation like TERN as a transmission operator has to deal with. But somehow, when we talk about energy transition, energy industry, we always, especially in Italy, we talk about, okay, we have to increase energy production, renewables, but no one really focused on a very, like, let's say, main topic of energy transition, which are grids.
Exactly.
Because like we can build all the energy, we can increase, we can attract all the foreign investors that put all the money they want in building energy plants, renewable energy plants. Like there's enough space on the grids to connect them, because we have also this very strange system in Italy, which you can book the space before getting the plan ready. So you book your space on the grid, then you can access to the permitting procedure that lasts forever, and you block, for example, who has already the power plant ready. And the one that has the power plant ready cannot have access to the grid, so it cannot put the energy on the grids. So there's also another very, at least in Italy, is not very assessed from a legal point of view, and all the consequences of these, how it will be important to focus also on the grids, and is an important the grids for the energy transition. Now there will be like some recent legal developments like the Bolletti decree that tried to fasten the process to reserve some space on the grid, but it's an important also topic in Italy to address, especially for the decision makers.
Well, yes, I certainly agree with you that the grid connection is one of the most substantial stage in each investment project. On one hand, on the other hand, especially in Italy, we have grids that are not capable of receiving all the energy that we already currently produce. So when we speak, for example, about the nuclear energy in Italy, the question is, can we really construct a true big nuclear power plant, or we should rather concentrate on small modular reactors or advanced reactors in consideration of the true situation of the Italian grid? Then I have just recently read that in Poland, for example, we had so-called zombie projects blocking the connections to the grid, and the Polish government just decided to cut them off on a legislative basis on one hand, if they were there for more than 3 years, and on the other hand, to increase all the costs concerning the connection. So you ask the connection if you are on quite advanced stage. Yes. So this could be a solution.
Any questions? No, we can. Okay. Everyone is fine. Thank you. Thank you to everyone.
Poi in inglese per la terminologia sono la stessa dello discorso tradizionale italiano.
Yeah. You can download it right now.
Perfect. The whole conference is on the.
Yeah.
Okay.
Questi ragionamenti.
So now it is in the download folder.
Okay.
It's here.
Okay.
So I can log out, but it doesn't matter. It's okay.
Okay, great. Thank you for your help.
Sì,
Do you need a receipt to write?
E poi quello che facciamo è
Nel senso che cioè, anzi, se non è sulla guarda tutto quello che dite. Poi vedremo anche delle cose nuove.
Yes. Test quick.
Ci sono anche problemi senza parlianza.
No, sì. Gli stai Due minuti scattoliamo a seguire. Jak się podoba? Jak się podoba? Ja wam tłumaczyłam, że być, super.
Non è la bellezza ci sono mostre che ci sono Yes, so China, and Russia, that's all yes, it's actually there's the legal battle which is American Chinese science, international investments, and match is mentioned. And so far, like 100% of their students in so my medical is just to first review the risks and then identify the right zone relating to the risk. And I'm also the legal base being thoroughly to the meeting. And they agree with the base, they get the meeting, and I will organize yes, yes, randomized for the text of it. My vehicle is very good. Let me sit there. Yeah, but it's I'm now trying to promote it in China's Chinese social media, and yeah. I present on Instagram. Instagram no, but I LinkedIn. LinkedIn, yes. She connected me. As a matter of fact, connect you on yes. Yes, it's significant. So and also yes. This is LinkedIn. Yeah. This is LinkedIn. I'm just say Instagram person. And on Instagram is still. Oh, that would be great. This one is wrong. This one is wrong. It's very easy because someone I created those people and for a while. Yes, this is fun. And we do with some days that much more. Even since there's the market. That's great. Collective business card, which is weird. So I was one of the kids, I didn't want to do it. I just don't feel because I don't want to many questions. I should interact more with those slides. And say how the video so I'm like, and she can see what's some of the fear, even if it's like the next. Brain, shoulder feelings, technologies, and brain like that. You can have that to go zero cognitions. What do you think about the question area? Albo the class, jest one classes, yes, inżynier czarnego arystów, to mnie popracuje, że myślę, że jakieś będę informacje pożarne, tak, jest aplikacyjny jakiś szkoła, ile będę to ja jest rzecz inny, bo ja nie mogę to nie tam nie uznaję. A mam było co było bo tu jest prawda, egzamin, jak tam byli później pomysł, So I knew I wanted to go one. When I really did this presentation. Jest też nie sprawdza do tej pozycji jest trzeba więc to pierwsze czytają, bo to jest jakby łatwe jakieś wyglądowe, czyli tak jak to tak jest jakiś nie ma go to jest też nie wygląda. Nie wiem, stały sobie również na rynku, bo takie zapewnia się spokój, trzeba dać głos do działki, ale to zamówiła ponara. Mam tylko Potem jest nasza telewizja. Ale to nie sobie łatwo. Cyberbezpieczeństwo albo bezpieczeństwo. Możesz znaleźć miejsce bardziej wygodne.
Za monitorem, na razie widoczne.
Czy kupisz tą Kasię znowu?
Proszę?
Kupisz tą Kasię w proszę.
Takie klążokotki. Tak. Ale to chyba nie są
It's a bit complicated. There was some water here. I'm taking it on. I think
nie ma już. Ale tutaj, nowy, czyli masz kawałek trochę ale dopij z butelki.
Nie, jest pin. Mam nadzieję, że nikt nie pił z tej butelki.
Mam taką resztówkę wody, jak
Prima sera sera, Andrea, dopo detto, Andrea Gatto, Tomasz Cordoni.
Jeżeli oczywiście
Gdzie mam zrobić? Czeskie muszkieterów, 24, ale To jest zdjęcie, potem zrobimy jeszcze. Jest z Antonią, z Aleksandrem. Stanę trochę wyżej, tak jest. Facciamo la foto.
Wykład.
Ja jestem taki nieuczesany. Dobra. Już to pytanie.
Ja myślę, wszystko dobrze.
Czy by się
Nie, mamy ten listy prób przełamywania lodów.
Prawo spływać po najlepsze.
Prawie, ale
Patrzcie na szalę, ile mi się zdaje.
Właściwie przygotował, więc 4 lat. A są tym.
Tomek, czy słyszałam, że już jesteście do listy z aktorami? Ja nie wiem, z tego samego.
znaczy, wiesz co, ja mam takie poczucie, wiesz co, ja mam tak, ja mam tak, że tak, po pierwsze mam normalną robotę, po pierwsze mam normalną robotę, ale coś tam sobie poprzesuwałem, podrzucałem na filmiczkę i tak dalej, ale jednak sobie tego nie mówię, to jest raz. Dwa, ja może na to ministrem postępowania robiąc zajęcia, tak zostało. I mam etat na uczelni. Nie jest może największe obciążenie na świecie, ale jednak trochę jest. I po trzecie, ja idę normalnie szkołą doktorską, to na Uniwersytecie Ekonomicznym. Że wiesz, dla mnie jakieś tam zaawansowane problemy statystyczne są dość problematyczne, bo nie są podstawowe. W związku z powyższym nauczenie się też, nie nauczenie dużo powiedziane, ale chyba zdania tych egzaminów w tej szkole doktorskiej też chwilę zajmuje, nie? I mało czasu dostaje jakby na taką, mam wrażenie, że ta działalność akademicka jako taka to zajmie większą część czasu niż planowałem, tak? Czyli wiesz, to znaczy, że to się nie wiem, 30% mojego czasu jakby pracy, tak? A zajmuje mi dobrze z połowę, no ale kurczę, na pewno ten doktorat nie ten, aczkolwiek jeszcze ściszę trochę głos, bo też promotor takich kurde, co go ciągle nie ma, to nie pomaga. No, wiesz co, trochę tak pisałem, trochę ja mam dużo jakichś, bo ja mam pracę zawodowej, to jest dużo rzeczy, jakieś szkole, jakieś takie właśnie złożyć to wszystko wiedzą, tylko wiesz, to jest problem taki, że pewnie ciągle oszczędzają, że wiemy, że pan ma dużą wiedzę praktyczną, dużą wiedzę prawniczą, ale przede wszystkim to wiesz, ekonomii doktora. Dziedzinie ekonomii.
Ale jest ja, że to mnie nie masz. Ja też pytałem. No nie wiem, jak jesteś
Tak, ale ja wchodzimy. Znaczy to rzeczywiście jest tutaj nacisk, to trzeba znaleźć samą sobie problem zawodowym, ale ja z ekonomii mam to niemożliwe, fizycznie. Trzeba się musiałem sobie studia skończyć.
Ja ci w ogóle powiem,
jest. Ja myślałem, że były przed podobnie jest dużo bardziej matematyczny. A ona jest właśnie. Na koniec to mogę przygotować kilometr prezentacji. Metoda statystyczna. Zastosowała, nie wziąć pod uwagę te dane stąd, a nie stąd. Zwykle zastosowała ten algorytm. Tylko o tym mówię.
Po pierwsze, teraz wiedzy, algorytmy i tak dalej, to ci pomagają. Bo co to kiedyś musiałeś robić samemu, to teraz to zagadam statystycznie. To jest jakby pierwsza rzecz. A druga rzecz jest taka, że część badań, jak problem chcieli podchodzić, mam wrażenie, nie bardziej zaletową na zasadzie takiej, że możesz te badania wylecieć. Ja mówię ona sama, że nie chcę. No ale badania tak średnio dochodzimy do ludzi na ulicy. No. Tak naprawdę te badania, wiesz, te badania ilościowe na tym polegają. Znaczy moi doktoranci to nie łażą po ulicy i pytają się, jak pasy do zębów pandemii no to normalnie metody ilościowe badają, polegają na badaniach, bo ja mam na szczęście sobie przewalczyłem, że ja mam tylko te tak zwane metody jakościowe, czyli wywiadów pogłębionych i interview, czyli tak naprawdę dzwonię do tych ludzi, których znam jakby zawodowo, rektora działu projektu wodorowego pracowania, chyba przyjdę z takim wywiadem, który ma 15 stron. Poświęcisz mi dnia, nie ma rady, myślisz, co tam wyjdziesz, jak dzięki temu jestem w stanie.
Jeżeli są to to okej, ale jak są jakościówki, ja tak pamiętam, jak to wystarczy na studia doktoranckie, i była pani wspólnym doktorem. To była pani profesor z badań ekonomicznych. Pani mówiła o tym, w końcu nie wyszło, powiedzieć pani, że na końcu
Do you have the presentation of other people? Just Damiano, mine, and Paolo?
No, we don't have that.
You don't have that? Okay, let me present this.
Yeah, here is the email.
Yes,
the email is the email of Damiano.
Okay, so what they want to have.
Wiesz co, ale ja opowiadam, ale ja miałem takie wrażenie, że widziałem, że ja jako radca prawny robiłem kampanię wielką, żeby to jeszcze analizować. Że tam te wszystkie opinie bazowałem na jakby takiej teoretycznej warstwie, tylko czy to się da zrobić, to jest jedno, ale ile zadowolimy, jakie możliwe teraz
Jest same, to jest już może te filmy, nie jest celowy, tak, nie jest.
Dlatego właśnie tak naprawdę ja robię innowację naukową, trochę nie wiem, bo ja wcale to jakby bardzo analizę stałe, co się może wydarzyć w tym zakresie. Nie są strony, to może jeśli przyczyn, żeby jak robisz, nie ma wsparcia. Tak, z którym wsparcia, kogeneracja,
I nie, jak wziąłeś na gazownię, się nie zamówił to na ci już to się no i zostało po co? Nie ma na tym wyjechał, ale widzę, że to będzie domu, widzicie ile co.
Miejsca kasy, tak? Ale jakieś przed...
nie ma tego,
Jak to jest sens? Możemy zrobić co
ale to troszeczkę jest taka opcja. Raczej ten studium, że on ma dwa posiłek i jedną sprawę. Nie, czas sprawdza kotwinki wyciszczone, jeden sprawdza czata, a czat mówiący inny. Wtedy wykonuje ci błędy, które nie istnieją, chyba słowa jest. Jeden nie widzi to, jak to jest ułożone. To też nie daje takiej zbytowej pewności, ale ja rano szukałem No, non sono la mia conseguenza non you know, that's the jubilees. I don't know if you're a big student. So the person who price about that has to take that. Who for me, that's it.
Gdzieś, Dorotka, szybciutko, czy mamy Gato? Profesor Gato! Dzieci kochane.
Morning. Good afternoon.
Good evening. No, it's good afternoon because it's 3 exactly.
Good afternoon. Yeah, right.
Yes, but we don't see you. What's I need some technicians. Yeah, let me get some.
You can't see me. My video is turned on. Can you hear me?
No. I can hear you perfectly, but I don't see you.
Okay, so we have to
Zoom. Zoom it's on. I
The
can
video
see
is
you.
turned on. Ah, okay.
Fabulous. So I'm Katarzyna. I organized this conference. I'm extremely grateful. Professor Gatto is an Italian, so that's great. Do you know University of Pavia? No.
Of course. Yeah, I've been there.
I do not. I have been here. Yeah,
I know Professor Vaggi. Yeah.
So now
Gianni Vaggi,
next time, because we decided that it's going to continue, you need to be in presence. Anyway, you are here. You are here. So I'm extremely. I know that you didn't like that it was very late. Could you try to share the slides? This would be the best idea because you sent me, but I'm not connected to this because we are in historical building, in historical aula. So if you share, so who will help me?
Can you see it now?
Yes, absolutely. Now you do a slideshow. You have been now you do slideshow. I can't do it because it's on. Yes, it's fabulous. So
all right.
Fabulous. So Professor Gatto, I just wanted to introduce you. I really, I read your pieces that you have written, and I really enjoyed and this is the way how I get connections. So I really enjoyed your papers and your articles. And what I'm saying that I'm starting this session in this moment. Again, I'm just taking the role of the moderators here. But what I'm saying, this session is going to be about different approaches and global approaches to energy problems, solutions, and so on in general. So to energy transition, but not only the new ways, the new development, and so on. China is extremely important. I liked your what I have read, and then that's why I contacted you. So let's start this session on global perspective. Clean energy for China. I think huge topic. You could stay with us for all afternoon. But as I'm saying, they already corrected me that I shouldn't moderate every session, and I shouldn't. So I will leave the floor first to the moderators, and later on, of course, to you.
So, Professor Gatto, thank you for being with us, and I think that we can restart just now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much to Professor Gromek-Broch. I hope the pronunciation is correct, and to the organizers for organizing such an interesting event and for reading my papers. That is not so obvious nowadays. So today we will discuss China energy transition and the pathway that China took over to decarbonize in a very rapid period its country. So my presentation is mostly about a paper, or maybe two, that I published. In particular, this one I published in Energy International Economics, in 2023. And a second one on which this paper is based, which is another article I published in Ecological Economics.
So the outline of today's presentation is the following. Basically, I will sketch the research questions we carry forward, and then to give an overview of energy resilience, because there is no consensus so far. And also, I will discuss the role of regulation and sustainable development goals in this purview. And later on, I will present shortly the data methodology used. And finally, we will reach some results, conclusions, and policy implications that maybe are the most interesting part for given the audience. All right, but before this, a few premises. So as most of us are aware of, worldwide carbon emission has been dramatically changing in the last decades, especially in the last few years, if we look at East Asia and China. So China is responsible for some 31% of worldwide carbon emissions. However, when it comes to per capita energy emission, China is only the number 10 country in the world. However, this is a really outstanding amount of carbon emissions. And that's why the government, starting from a few years ago, and also in line with the 2019, right before COVID, the Chinese government launched a completely different development pattern that will substitute the high growth pattern with the high quality development. So this was included, and it's changing at every, it's improving and increasing at every 5 years plan from the Chinese government. This is one of the most important policies packages that has been carried forward, and is the dual carbon goal. So to lower 2025, this has been achieved, to lower the carbon intensity by 2025, by 2030, to reach the peak carbon, that for a transitioning country is quite ambitious, but there are the right premises to do it, and by 2060 to reach the carbon neutrality. How is this possible? There are many policies, of course. We will discuss a few ones. Of course, the role of renewables is paramount. So China is undoubtedly, we can see from the graph here, for example, already for over a decade has become the country investing the most in renewable energy, not only solar, wind, but also electrification, sustainable electrification, batteries of new generation, but also in a lot in nuclear fusion, for example, and also, for example, in hydrogen energy. This has to be considered within the dual, not only the dual carbon goal, but also the twin digital and sustainable transition that go in hand, and serve to face the so-called polycrisis, that is the combination of several crises feeding each other. So given these premises, we developed a theoretical, but also an empirical and a policy framework. So what did we do? We provided an energy resilience definition, provided insight for regulation, how to apply SDGs and energy resilience applications. Therefore, we developed a series of indices for China, in particular composites, using interval data. That is a robust technique to make it. So the result will return the original 111 OECD and non-OECD countries' performance on energy resilience. But let's define energy resilience. So basically it's connected to shocks. So as you shall understand, it's a cogent issue in this regard, especially looking at the polycrisis and all the premises I defined before. So it's the ability of an energy system to retain, react, overcome, and overpass in the face of perturbation caused by a shock. And we use the framework of
enlarged sustainable development. So economic, social, environmental, institutional terms. So this is connected to quality of life, how to empower vulnerable categories, and how to face the dimensions of vulnerability. So it's a multidimensional concept, as you shall understand. Therefore, there is plenty of room for composite indicators. As we know, in the SDGs, there is a high space, high priority for not only sustainable energy, but also for resilience and energy resilience in all its facets, including access, renewables, energy efficiency, clean energy, technology, infrastructure, and services of good quality and affordable, universal for everybody. So we recurred for the first and second exercise we run to the latest available edition of the World Development Indicators, that is the RISE. And then we compared it and actualized. So this returned a number of indicators that were collected on the basis of the data sets you can see on the bottom left. So we first ran a cross-section and then a panel, including 27 indicators and 111 countries, representing 96% of the world population. What were the pillars? Energy access, energy efficiency, and renewable energy. Of course, there could be room for improvements, but these are the data available nowadays. And these were pre-collected, as I mentioned, by the World Bank and its partners. So here you can see all the variables we dealt with in the framework of energy access, energy efficiency, and renewable energy. As you can see, the role of regulation, but also finance and investment, for example, handling utilities, the public sector, and also private initiative is cogent. Then we checked for the polarity, of course, the direction, and we normalized the data and used a number of additional techniques, first to wave, then to aggregate from 27 to 3, and then 1. The World Bank's RISE. So basically, this was a neat improvement of the existing index that was not focusing on that and not giving importance to resilience enough, let's say, okay? So apart from a linear methodology, we used interval data, as I said before, and we compared the data with the existing ones from the World Bank. So this returned a robust and resilient output as we followed the existing methodology literature on this. Instead of a single value, we considered an interval of values. So this returned a number of metrics, not only one. We could measure the variation inside each single indicator, for example, and inputs were able to be measured with uncertainty, which is crucial. So these are the global results. As you can see, China is behaving quite good. Yes, it's quite dark. Dark means good job. However, we repeated the exercise just for China, okay? China against its neighbors. Then in other papers, I focused only on China at provincial level. So this could be, of course, this could pave the way for further discussion if you want. So what did we do? We calculated basically the benchmark, okay? So the best performer and the distance. So this is energy access, so excellent job, China. This is the dimension of energy efficiency, not bad, as you can see from the several variables, especially financing mechanism for energy, for example, but also energy labeling system, and incentives and mandates on large consumers. Whereas there is room for improvement for other variables, for example, information provided to consumers about electricity usage. But as a foreigner living in China, I can tell you that this is improving day by day. This is the practice, okay? Then renewable energy, of course, China is performing very well in legal framework for renewable energy, as you can see, counterparty risk, and other variables, not so good in variables such as planning for renewable energy expansion, paradoxically. Okay, so overall, so let's draft some conclusions and policy implications. So what did we find? That in energy resilience and sustainable development, the performance of China was much, much better than other African, South American, and also Asian neighbors. Not all of them, but most of them. Of course, we should consider that China is still an emerging country. So if we compare it to Japan, South Korea, I mean, it's difficult to overcome these countries. But if compared to Vietnam and Indonesia, for example, the results are better. Mongolia, undoubtedly. China performs below Europe and world top 35, as well as North and South America and Oceania, especially, of course, Australia and New Zealand. However, we can notice if we take also other exercises we run that there is significant progress in energy transition and also in energy resilience and energy vulnerability. However, there is still much room for improvement, as mentioned before. Global results become outstanding in energy access, as I mentioned before, but good only, not outstanding, only good in energy efficiency and renewable energy. However, we should not forget that coal is still dominant as an energy source in China, as we know, despite the fact that other forms of power sources are replacing coal. Here, the debate is quite long because coal is also used as an investment and as a backup option. However, if we look at the last 15 years, that unfortunately, to some extent, the data didn't allow to track completely, we can appreciate notable improvements that I can already confirm, especially from some other exercises I ran more recently. As we mentioned before, energy policy has become one of the keystones of Chinese progress, and the government has used many policies and tools to deal with the ecological transition coupled by the digital transition and economic growth. So China is not anymore only the word workshop, okay? It's pivoting in terms of innovation, and this is helping also the ecological transition. Of course, we can argue that this is polluting a lot as well. Yes, this is unquestionable, but this is another issue. So this twin transition, the components of this twin transition are helping each other, basically. The policy target of different strategy is the increase of energy security and promotion of renewable energy and energy efficiency, as shown in our data. So until 30 years ago, there were huge problems in energy access. Now, the vast majority of country shows performances even better than some Western countries. Nevertheless, we should remark that China has an increasing need for renewable energy to meet growing energy needs as coal consumption declines IEA, as remarked by the IEA. That's why the use of renewable energy sources as hydropower, wind, and solar power increased, as we mentioned before. it shall be remarked as well that there is this energy efficiency policy that in China has become a priority. And that's why the country implemented many measures and guidelines for both the private and the public sector. For example, a successful one was the zero energy building targets. The role of finance that I mentioned before, green finance, climate finance, sustainable finance and investment has helped achieving these goals. So in other papers, for example, I also examined, for example, the role of hydrogen energy that is completely changing. And there was a comparison also with the USA. There are other steps for future research, for debate, as you prefer, to run additional domestic and regional and provincial analysis, but also to inspect other variables and also different databases regarding China. However, I will anticipate that this is not an easy exercise. Here are some references we used. And that's it from my side. Thank you.
Can I say something? Or you want to say?
Oh, okay. So, domanda, questions now, after, at the end?
He probably, no, he wants to go to sleep because he's very, very tired.
No, no, it's okay. It's okay if you please go ahead.
After we don't know when after. So let's do now. Let's tackle the issues straight ahead. So any questions?
Yes, I have one question.
Okay.
It's about the green financing, because we all know the renewable integration costs. So the point is, which are the main instruments of green financing in China now?
Which are
Which
the,
are
sorry?
the main instruments of green financing?
Okay, here is a bit more complex. So basically, there is the, I think it's a pivotal role from the Common Ground Taxonomy, for example. So if you heard about that, so basically the EU and China are consulting each other for a number of policies, including a number of financing and also on, not only on this, on green, climate and energy finance. I can mention one sector for which the EU is extremely late, which is EVs, for example, electric vehicles. So the government has heavily subsidized electric vehicles, not only citizens, but also producers. And that's why BYD nowadays is considered, no, is not considered, achieved much, much better results than Tesla. Attached to that, there is an interesting theory. So Tesla was one of the few companies allowed to produce directly in China, directly, with no interference. That's because China studied that model. So there are a number of policies, I will say, and strategies that have been proved to be successful, by the way. Now, I know that EVs is not the cleanest example, but at the local level, this has proved to be a sustainable option. At the global level, no, especially with old batteries, ion batteries and so on, but China is trying to tackle also this issue. And as you may know, BYD was born not as an automotive company, not to produce cars, but to produce electric batteries. So it's an integrated system. That is also one of the reasons for which it's working, this financing. So this is just an example of financing EVs. As I mentioned before, solar panels are pivotal, wind turbines, windmills. there are many sectors, clean electrification, hydrogen, nuclear fusion, just to talk about energy. Then green buildings, of course, the agricultural sector is receiving much attention. Transportation, absolutely.
You have one more question from
I think
Mr.
there is one
Tascone.
online.
Yes, online from Mr. Tascone.
I started
yeah.
reading it, then I stopped. Yes, so China energy is deeply shaped by regional disparities. Absolutely, yes. Local government incentives and political pressure. The risk that national level regulatory indicators create overly optimistic picture of carbon intensive reduction while masking provincial inconsistency and goal dependency at the local level. I mean, yes, this is a big risk for sure. What can we say? I also studied separately the period right before COVID, the decade before COVID, because it was not only before COVID, so the world has changed, but also because the high quality development package of policies was not released yet. So I will say that at the provincial level, the government is little by little, but to some extent also rapidly investing in rural areas. So the Chinese government is implementing science park in former rural areas, entrepreneurship boosting, industrial districts, and so on. At the same time, I mean, it's some areas have huge differences and discrepancies. This is sure. But if we consider China as compared to other neighbors at the same stage of development, the results are quite impressive. Now, does it mean that China is the cleanest country of the world? Of course not. Does it mean that everything goes well? Of course not. So I hope I replied to both questions. If not, please let me know.
So thank you very much for the time dedicated to us. And now I think we can.
Here,
Thank you.
Question. One question.
One more question. Come to
Okay.
ask the question because we.
Come facciamo? This is a question from a Chinese student. Because
We don't know if she's Chinese.
But I can't hear.
She told me that she was from China. Yes.
I
she
can't
told
hear
me.
the student.
Yes, I know.
If you know that.
Yes. Hi, Professor. Thank you for your very
Hi,
interesting
anyhow.
presentation. So I'm particularly interested about Chinese recent legal development. As you might know, we have passed the first ecological and environmental code, and it established a separate section called the green and no carbon development. And from your point of view, this kind of legal development to what extent it can contribute the China's China's energy and climate transition? Yeah, that's my question.
Yeah, thank you, but I missed some part, sorry. So if the green carbon development could accompany, if it will be effective, is this the question?
So my question is that China's recent legal development as
Legal, okay.
The legal regulatory tool is legal. China put more commitment to develop its legal tool, and this, to what extent, can contribute China's climate and green transition?
Mm-hmm. I mean, these indicators were mostly about regulation, so I think some progress can already be noticed. However, there is still much to do. I totally agree. And commitments, as I mentioned before, if we take some examples, China is becoming one of the pioneers in terms of commitments, and the legal sphere and the regulatory sphere are definitely some assets, I believe. So my reply is definitely yes. Then will China make it? I mean, if we are forecaster, I don't know. I'm confident that there will be progress. I don't know if China will meet the dual carbon goals, if they will make it on time. I'm confident. But then, as the former two questions I received, yes, sometimes, data are saying just part of what's going on. This is true. But this is true also for other examples, I believe.
Thank you.
Yeah, so, I mean, good luck. I mean, it's really ambitious, can be done, maybe, hopefully, yeah.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Professor. Have we got any other questions? No, thank you very much. And now I'd like to welcome Tomasz Kodoni. Tomasz is a legal advisor and academic at the University of Economics in Katowice. He also combines academic work with practical experience for over 20 years. Has been providing legal services to energy companies, and his academic work focus on issues related to the energy transitions. Toni, the floor is yours.
Możemy to gdzieś tu wcisnąć. Masz jedno. Tak. Chyba normalnie tam. Tu.
Prezentacja.
Tu. O, mogę tam? Okay. So, like Dorota just said, my name is Tomasz Kodoni and I'm representing University of Economics in Katowice. And what I'm trying to do is I'm struggling to deliver my PhD thesis concerning the green hydrogen. So as we've got a very beautiful, typical Italian weather and it's Saturday, so I would like to present my lecture as compact and as fast as possible. So, like I said, I'm mainly interested about the green hydrogen, but today I will speak about the different color. I will speak about so-called pink hydrogen, and I will explain you what's the difference. But before we will jump into these color questions, I will start with the short description. What are we talking about? So we are talking about the hydrogen. And that's the lightest and simplest chemical element and most commonly the most common element in the universe. So generally, the biggest problem with the hydrogen is that it is very hard to store it and to transfer it, as it has to be done in the temperature of so-called absolute zero, which is minus 253 degrees Celsius. And or the second option is to transfer it or to store it as a gas, but then the pressure has to be very high. So we have to use these high pressure tanks. So it is costly and dangerous. What about the colors? So there is a whole spectrum of hydrogen colors. The most common one is so-called gray hydrogen. As you are all interested in nuclear power and nuclear energy, the commonly used abbreviation SMR does not mean, when we are talking about hydrogen, it does not mean small modular reactor, but it means the steam metal reforming, which is basically the most common and most polluting method of producing hydrogen. The next hydrogen is so-called blue hydrogen. It's also made of fossil fuels, but with some carbon capture and storage technologies.
The holy grail of this hydrogen world is so-called green hydrogen. This hydrogen is produced through in electrolyzers, through the separation of water elements into hydrogen and oxygen, and it has to be done has to be powered by the renewable energy if we want to call this hydrogen green hydrogen. But that's not all. We have also different color. The next one is the one I'm not fully convinced what kind of color it is, like turquoise. I don't know even how to say it. What color is it? Because I'm man and I don't know this color. Turquoise. Okay, turquoise. Okay. Not going too much into details. This one is produced through the thermally decompressed methane, so it's like the green hydrogen, but produced in a slightly different manner. White hydrogen, it is the natural hydrogen, so it's like it's the one who can be extracted from the environment, from simply speaking from earth, from soil. And there are some new findings, especially in France, as this white hydrogen is sometimes seen as the future, the oil of the future. Let's call it like this. So maybe in the near future we will have like hydrogen fields. In France, it's on the French-German border. And the one we are talking about today, mainly this pink hydrogen. This pink hydrogen, sometimes called also as red hydrogen, because it's a male business. So as you all know, men are not able to identify colors. So sometimes it's red, sometimes it's pink, but that's the one who is being produced with the usage of electricity or thermal energy, but generated by the nuclear power plants. And that's how it looks like when we are talking about the CO2 emissions. So as you may see, of course, the gray hydrogen is the one who pollutes the most, but funny fact or very curious fact is that green hydrogen produces more CO2 emission than the pink one. That is mainly due to the fact that the green hydrogen, this carbon path is calculated as a whole process. So the process of producing the machines which are being used, the electrolyzers which are being used for the production of green hydrogen requires a number of CO2 emissions. So in this world, the green hydrogen is less green than pink one. And that's the consumption of hydrogen by economic sectors. So almost half of hydrogen which is being produced or used all over the world is being used by the ammonia or fertilizers. So the production of fertilizers. So generally chemical business. One of the most the biggest consumer of the hydrogen or in Europe, and the biggest hydrogen consumer in Poland is the chemical company called Grupa Azoty, which generally means that they are producing fertilizers for the agriculture. And also, of course, oil refineries, steel mines also, because there is a special kind of production of steel which requires hydrogen. So in all these sectors, this gray hydrogen can be replaced or will be replaced, to be honest, with the green one or pink one. But the problem with this green one is that it requires, because I will come back to the definition, that green hydrogen is being produced through separation of elements which are in the water. So it requires a very big amount of water to produce green hydrogen. And for example, in Poland, we are not able to produce as much green hydrogen as we would like to produce, as we have a very poor water conditions in Poland. Okay, so one of the disadvantages is that it is green, okay, but it requires a horrible number of water or amount of water, and that's why we are thinking also in Poland about this pink one, who may replace the gray hydrogen. And of course, if you look at this let's say it picture, you will be able to know, or you will be able to judge how big achievement would it be if we would be able to replace gray hydrogen with the pink one. But there are also some disadvantages, of course. But okay, let's have a look at the advantages, as we are all optimists. So this pink hydrogen is the advantages are, as I said, very low greenhouse gas emissions, stable baseload electricity supply, as it is connected with the electricity which is being produced by the nuclear power plant, so it's stable. Can be operated, of course, as it is not. It does not depend on the wind or on the solar. So the pink hydrogen can be produced, and the production can be operated independently from the weather conditions. And last but not least, there is a potential synergy with small modular reactors. So these are the SMRs we are used to. I mean, the abbreviation we are used to in this nuclear vocabulary. But of course, there are also some disadvantages. So high investment and infrastructure costs, as always. Long permitting and construction timelines, again, as always. Public concerns regarding nuclear energy. Maybe I put it here, but as Professor Czarnecka, for example, said yesterday and last Wednesday, for example, in Poland, the political or the there is a social consent that we should, as country, we should build the nuclear power plant. So of course there are some concerns, but it is not such a big problem as we can think of. Sorry. Of course, there is also an issue of waste management challenges, limited number of existing nuclear facilities. But as you can see, all these disadvantages are more of administrative issue. Okay, so generally it may be a good idea if we are thinking about erecting nuclear power plants in the future. Maybe it would be wise to also combine it with pink hydrogen production. And the last slide I would like to present to you, or the last one concerning some important issues, is the possible synergy between pink hydrogen and small modular reactors. So generally, the idea is that if, for example, there is a facility, there is an industry, a factory which consumes a large amount of electricity, like, for example, oil refinery. So generally, the refinery uses a huge amount or the huge numbers of both energy and hydrogen. And if we would be able to place an SMR close to this factory, we would be able to produce both energy and hydrogen, and we could do like two things, or we could use these two factors in the same moment. So it would be possible to replace the energy which is being used by this factory, or in this very example, oil refinery, by the green energy, and it would be possible to replace the gray hydrogen with the pink one. So we've got this synergy, which could be a very beneficial way, or which could be a strong benefit in the decarbonization process. So starting from the SMR, nuclear electricity, electrolysis, pink hydrogen industry. So that's like the combination which can be very useful, and we should think about it, especially if we are talking about the SMRs. So generally, the conclusion is, or the conclusions are, that pink hydrogen, of course, may become the important element of the future industrial decarbonization. Like I said, especially in the sectors such as steel, heavy transport, things like this. And the development of so-called small modular reactors can also be an important factor here. So, like coming to the end, like Dorota said, I'm also a professional lawyer, and I work mainly for the chemical industry. And in this industry, it is very popular to produce the raw material which you are using on site. For example, if you need oxygen, you are not buying the oxygen and transport it in bulk transport or per rail or whatever, but you are building a small oxygen, so-called ASU, automated separation unit. So you are building this small factory inside the factory, and it could be so you are not buying and transporting the oxygen, you are producing it on site. And it could be the same with this hydrogen, and with SMR, there is an American abbreviation, OTF, which means over the fence. So you are putting an SMR and delivering energy and hydrogen over the fence to the facility. And that's how it could look like in the future. Maybe it would be so. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. That's all from myself. Any questions? No, thank you very much. Just one question. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Also, this refers to SMR. And let's show ideal Europe represents where there is not one with large hydrogen networks.
Yes. Yes, on-site production. I totally agree with you, because like I started with the description, how hard is it to transport the hydrogen? So you can think about transporting it in bulks, so like on road transport or per rail, but it is both dangerous and very complicated. You can think about some pipelines, but hydrogen is these modules of hydrogen are very, very small, and you cannot transport hydrogen in these pipelines, which are ordinarily designated for the natural gas, as this structure of steel has some holes, some gaps inside, and these modules of hydrogen simply like go through the pipeline. And the funny thing is that if the older the pipeline is, the better it is for the hydrogen, as the steel was produced in a slightly different manner, like 50 years ago or 60 years ago. Now the new pipelines, which are designed for natural gas, are not suitable for the hydrogen transport. So I totally agree with you that due to these issues, it's far better to produce this hydrogen on site. In the same manner, we are now producing, like I said, we are now producing nitrogen or oxygen on site in a small compact, let's call it mini factories, and delivering it over the fence to the facility. So the same could be with the SMR combined with this pink hydrogen production equipment, let's call it like this. So that's what the industry is thinking about, because by the end of the day, it's all about the money. Okay, it's all about the money. So if you would be able to produce something on site and you don't have to cover the transportation costs, it's better.
Yeah, and in Europe there is a big discussion with many transmission system operators to be able to go the other way.
Yes, I know. In Poland, there is a public operator called Gas System, and they are thinking and they are trying to treat hydrogen in the same manner as the natural gas is being treated with the whole legislation. Yes.
Say students and experience in being TSO. So that's what they are being hydrogen TSO. It's having nothing with the reality.
So we are simply, and what we are doing is we are trying to create the legislation on the basis of natural gas. We are simply killing this business before it's even born. Okay? We are killing the unborn child. Saying too much, okay? Because it's such a complex process to go through the whole registration and permitting process if we compare it to natural gas. So the advantages are too low just to go through this whole path for a industry or for business. Okay. Anything else?
No.
Thank you very much.
We have Thank you very much, Tomasz. Now I would like to welcome Marcin Marszałek from the Center of Energy Transition at the Warsaw University, and the topic of and the topic is clean energy sources as a prerequisite or precondition for access to the grid and the market. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the theme is maybe more complicated, but I try to explain in simple words. The main thesis of my presentation is that the renewable energy sources have preferential market access in the European Union, of course in each country of the European Union, and of course in Poland, but not in the form of commercial priority, but priority in grid connection. So first of all, the renewable should be connected to the grid, even for a half price and 1/3, 1/4 price, even sometimes for free. priority in dispatch, the restriction of power containment, if they should be shut down, if the power plant should be shut down, the renewable should be shut down at the last source. And dedicated market support mechanism. The sense of normative distortion of competition through preferences of RES is that a normative distortion of competition refers to the situation in which the legislator, through legal provision, modifies the condition of the market competition by granting certain market participants a privilege provision that cannot be achieved solely through market mechanism.
You are not hearing.
At the end.
Maybe
it's better.
What's the answer? Yes, this one. Yes.
Okay, this is the question for everyone online. Do you hear me?
No.
No. Yes, someone raised hand.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, that's great. So in the case of RES, such distortion is intentional, deliberate, and justified by the public interest, which includes reduction economic dependence on imports of fossil fuels from regions where the energy carriers are used as the instrument of politics, of political and economic pressure, rather than just like a commodity. And the second point is ensuring energy security in a political, technological, technical area. And the third, it's protecting the climate, which is nowadays quite obvious. And third, reducing thermal emission and thus the hidden cost associated with the negative impact on the human health. So it could reduce the cost of medical treatment and health for the whole population. And this table looks like a little bit complicated, but try to express very simply for you. So what are the areas in which the risks have some privilege? First, you can see at the left side, grid connection. As I have mentioned, first should be connected, cheapest, and give access to the market. Even many times, even in Poland, in many countries of the European Union, there is no possibility to connect any power plant to the grid because there is no capacity of the system. The renewable should be connected. So that it creates a great problem for the grid company because they have to rebuild, renew the grid, which costs much money. And the money are collected from the people who cannot afford the plant, the small plant. So I don't think it's justified, but it's working. And the second is the access to the grid and dispatch. I explained it before, that there access to the balancing markets. Because the energy from the RES could be acquired, the commissioning of the PPA contract, and it could be delivered not only for the consumers, but the energy is acquired by the grid company just to keep the system ongoing and without any problems. And the third, electricity sales. The renewable energy is cheap because it's not connected with any other cost, for example, fossil fuel or payment for environment using. So this is only the technology which is acquired, and after that, the production has no fuel. So it's very cheap, and cheapest than the other fossil power plant. And the 5, containment and limitations. As I have mentioned before, renewable energy could be acquiring as a first choice for the solar company because it brings profit and to deliver green energy for the consumers and for production companies. And 6, local integration and prosumers. renewable energy is connected to the grid locally. So locally can be used in the system, which gives us opportunity and can minimize cost of transportation of energy. And the 7, investment supporting regulation. So European Union regulation, as well as the regulation in each country of the European Union, gives priority and gives some supporting possibilities to spend much less money for the connection, can create benefits, special in tax benefits and the others using public financing to build RES. The summary, the EU legislation provides the regulatory framework, and in each country of the European Union, their country must implement it with additional preferences and in national context using the regulations which are right now in the system. Across both systems, RES benefiting from preferential access to the grid market and sales channels and containment is treated as a measure of last resort. What is the fundamental market mechanism in the electricity sector? This is the merit order. I think, have you heard it before? The merit order is a market-based system in which generating units are dispatched in order of increasing marginal cost. So this means that the cheapest unit operate first, typically renewables, because they don't have to spend money for a fuel. While the price of electricity is set by the most expensive unit required to meet demand. As you can see, if at the end of the need is the highest price from, for example, for fusing fuel, the electricity company, the price is increasing and renewable receive quite high amount as a price. So they can earn much more money than electricity company and power plant, which are based on the fossil power. So this is a very profitable activity. What are the consequences of merit order? Electricity price, I just mentioned it. And the second, price during low RES generation. If we have low generation of RES, of course, we have to use fusing fuel plant side, electricity side. So it costs. Even we have a plenty of electricity from RES, we still have to spend money for the plant based on the fusing fuel because we have to keep them ongoing and be ready just in case to start producing electricity when there is no wind and there is no sun. It costs us much of money. That is the reason we have something like is described as a market, capacity market, in which we delivered and we acquiring the electricity. But on the other hand, to be delivered the electricity, we have to keep market capacity because there must be some electricity power plant which are ready in each time to deliver as much as we need. Renewable cannot do it because they produce electricity only when there is wind or there is sun. How about in the evening? As we have discovered yesterday, Pavia is living even at midnight. So I don't think the electricity comes from the sun and from the wind, maybe from the wind. But as we know, the Italy is based mostly on the gas power plant. So it must cost much. As I have found out, it costs 1/3 more than the electricity in France, which is mostly based on the nuclear power plant. And fourth, profitability of conventional units. Of course, I could mention that they must have money to be ready on time. System stability. Renewable cannot stabilize the system. The system can be stabilized only by a fossil fuel power plant. and as, of course, nuclear power plant. That is the reason probably political decision makers are orientating right now to build or renew the power plant because they are quite safe and deliver stable base of electricity on demand, not only when the power plant want to produce. CO2 emissions, renewable not deliver CO2. Market structure, it's obvious, and price risk. The risk with the price is when we have not too much stable power plant. If you have too much renewables, they are not in a position, they are not able to produce using their own power because it depends on the sunny days and depends on the wind. So many times we have too much power plants based on the rest, but not all of them producing electricity. That is the general problem. We have too much power, but not everything under control and under the production status. And investments, the 9. So increased pressure to develop storage and flexibility solutions. Let me put dotted here because I will explain it a little bit later. So if RES installation do not guarantee stable generation and ability to secure demand coverage when neither the wind blows nor the sun shines, and the condition of clean regulatory preferences RES, an element of pay energy transition should be perhaps be the introduction of a regulatory obligation of dispatchability for RES units. What I would like to say is in another sense. This obligation could be understood as a requirement imposed on the green energy suppliers to cover the potential costs of commercial and technical balancing whenever, despite having contracted electricity from them, when they are unable to deliver the contracted volume. Or, I think it's something new. It's not regulated in the EU union regulation, but I think it should be started the discussion about this. The renewable should to bear the cost arising from the inability to supply electricity in accordance with the customer's demand curve. So if you want to be a part of the market, so deliver the commodity when the commodity anyone want to acquire, not when you want to produce the commodity. I think that economical point of view, it's quite obvious why it doesn't work in the energy sector. It should be like that. So the consequences, leveling the playing field between electricity producers, they should be treated the same. So if the same, your renewable has privilege, fine, but the obligation should be the same. If you have privilege in one field, you should be treated the same in the other fields. And the second, stimulating investment in energy storage for RES. Why? To bear the costs arising from the inability to deliver electricity when it's on demand. And at the last part of my presentation, I would like to share with you a case study which happened right now in Poland. 2 weeks ago was delivered to the Polish Parliament. Some draft act amending certain acts to increase using electricity in the sector generated in the heating sector in Poland. What is the current legal framework? In Poland, this is very strict based on the European Union legislation, RED III. So every district heating company, we have a huge of them, or about 400. The total amount of the heating company delivers. We have the delivery companies heating. I think the hugest in the European Union. They are about more than 800. So
there's quite huge market. Every district heating company, in order for its heating system to be recognized as an energy efficient heating system, must generate or acquire, deploy into the network at least 50% of heat from RES, measured as a share of final heat consumption by consumers. What just brings it to them? Obtaining the status provides access to cheaper investment financing, lower interest rates of loans, and more broadly, access to the public funding instrument to deliver to renovating grids, to increasing making it more effectively, using much more energy to deliver to the consumers. However, once the status is obtained, the company has no economic incentive to constitute purchasing heat from RES much more than 50%. It may continue operating more expensive fossil fuel boilers without losing the status. So this is not correct situation, in my point of view. So this legislation act, the purpose is to introduce an obligation of priority use of the boilers powered by electricity generated from RES within that herein about presented 50% of heat from RES. As you can see, there is nothing to do with decreasing using coal and gas. What does it bring to the market? Cannibalism among renewable energy sources in heating. Of course, that this act is under discussion, will be under discussion in Polish Parliament, but as you can see, the product is not perfect. Okay, so the company using coal and gas will use it much more longer than we would like to it. Thank you very much. If you have any question, please.
It's better not to renovate. So I don't know, just how it fits within the framework of your conclusion, because you said, yes, here, cheaper investment, the finances, public funding is with, you said they want to renovate, remember?
I think that, okay, the resolution, okay, but the resolution is quite easy. Just change this part to 50% for 100.
Coffee, okay. Because otherwise because they are closing the bar and they will not give us its paid, so let's use what is paid. So I said, Professor Gatto, I'm so happy we are back, Italians, so it's never precise, but we have what is on the program next. We need to be online for I absolutely yes, absolutely. So we need to be. We need to be. Now, what time is it? Quarter past 4. Yes. Good. So Victor will be online 5 minutes. In 5 minutes. So what? So listen, I will stay because if he connects, I cannot be, but you go for coffee and I will ask him if he can be in 10 minutes because otherwise I don't have access to my email here, but I will stay. So the break is 15 minutes or 20. Well, let's say the break is 10 minutes, but anyway, it would be 15. I made a mistake. I paid 2 coffees. So there is one in bar, another in Cortile Magnola. I'm sorry, I paid for 2 coffees. Okay. So whatever you find, if there is nothing in Cortile Magnola, you have in the bar. Yes. Tak.
Będziesz zadał pytanie potem?
Wiesz, bo ja cię dotrzymałam, ja cię trzymam na słowo. Marcin, bo ja wrzeszczę na... No, I said that I really shout on my students that they are not efficient. So I said...
So, Prof, can we take a coffee too?
You can take a coffee. Yes, there is coffee, but I'm waiting because the professor from, if he hasn't forgotten, he was going from Venezuela. He was going to connect in 5 minutes. So I just wanted to tell him if he can connect in 15 minutes, but till he doesn't show up on the screen, I cannot. But Giorgio, well, if he doesn't connect, you stay online and you tell him this. I will wait for the time that he should start because it's in 5 minutes.
I stay online and I talk in Spanish with him because when in Cartagena is in Colombia.
You didn't go to Cartagena. I'm in Cartagena. No, but he's not from Cartagena. This one is from Peru. This is Peru. This is about clean resources in Peru. But he might have forgotten, although as to Professor Gatto, I have sent 50 messages reminding him, but you know, who knows? Okay. So I will wait and we will be back. If you don't want to go to sleep, of course you stay with us. We cannot share coffee. Yes. Professor Gatto. Yes.
No.
I'm so proud. I'm really so happy that you guys, there is coffee. Everybody wants to have coffee in the bar or in Cortile delle Magnole because I made a mistake and paid 2 coffees, 2 places. Yes. Yes, so I made a mistake. Yes, I made a mistake. Okay. That's a two that not
doing great, Katarzyna, don't worry.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm just one woman show. So which means that it means that I handle everything, and the problems could arise like overbooking.
Don't worry, Prof. I'm doing 2 conferences parallelly, so it's
excellent. So listen, he should be at 20, but I have noticed that he contacted me. He said, of course, it's wonderful, but I just noticed that occasionally he's a very young guy, but occasionally he forgets things because, just we were in some meetings and he didn't show up. So let's hope that he didn't forget.
That's a common Latin trait, apparently.
Yes, so if he has forgotten, we have someone from Venezuela, we have someone from Colombia, so South America is covered. So,
Prof,
yes.
Do you want me to write an email for him, for her?
No, it's his name is Victor Sacco. He should be here in 1620, so in 3 minutes. I will wait, and if at 1620 he's not here, I leave you, Giorgio, my dear, that you stay here, and if I go for coffee, you tell him that we will be back in 15 minutes, okay? That it's delayed of 15 minutes. But he didn't connect before, no? No, he didn't.
No, never.
You haven't seen. So let's wait. He should be at 1620. If he's not in 1620, I have already emailed him just 5 minutes ago. I was in my office. We have Andres Escobar. Andres, you are too early. You are too early.
Go to take a coffee.
We are 15 minutes late. You can talk to Professor Andres Escobar from Colombia, but what I'm saying is that now we have a coffee break. This was because the bar said that will not serve coffee any later than at 4. So it was I said what time we have our break, which was going to be it was going to be 4. So it was going to be 4. So they went for coffee break. And I'm going, Andres, for coffee break as well. Let's see if we...
How are you? Good morning, good afternoon.
Andres, you too early. I'm excellent. You know, just we
Don't
haven't
worry.
slept, you know, just
I
like
was
it
just trying
happened to
to
me.
see if the connection was okay. So don't worry.
The connection is perfect, but now we have a coffee break. And I was waiting for Professor from Peru. It seems that he might have forgotten. Well, those things happens as well during the conferences, but unfortunately you are here. So, you know, South America is covered because you're here. But Andres,
Okay.
I'm going to have coffee now. I
Don't
see
worry.
that 19.
See you later.
Yes,
Katarzyna.
yes.
Yeah, I think it's time to go to rest for me. I'm sorry.
Yes,
I can't stay.
no. I hope that it was interesting for you what they have done so far. That's pity that you haven't been in the first day because it was just great. Really, you know, just like top people, you know, just like speaking about governance of energy and so on. So this was really interesting. It was yesterday, but it is on YouTube. You know, it's on YouTube.
Yeah,
So
I saw you also had Professor Efron.
Yes, this was this morning. Yes.
Yeah. I wish I could attend. Did he come in person?
No, he came in person for 15 hours. He had only flights and he already, yes, absolutely. Yeah. He came in person and he will be coming because he likes coming here.
Yeah.
Okay, guys,
next time I will be there. If you organize in summer or winter, usually I'm in Europe.
Well, they want to do another conference next year in the same time that now. Maybe you will be in Europe. Well, just because the Italian universities are, you know, just don't have money.
It's okay.
No. So what I'm saying that I cannot promise that we can. Well, it depends.
Yeah, sure.
What sort of money they could organize. But if it's possible to pay, but I cannot promise paying the flights from China. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Guys, he didn't show up. He's 21. So if he comes, Giorgio, where's Giorgio? Giorgio is going to tell him that it's a little bit delayed, okay?
Okay, Prof, I'm here. Sono qua. Aspetta. Non si preoccupi.
Professor Gatto, you did a great job. Thank you very much. I will be in
You did a great job.
Prof, è qua, è arrivato.
Yes, Professor Victor. Dear Victor.
Waiting for Victor.
Victor, we are a little bit late and we had to take coffee because bar was closing and they are all having coffee. So is it a problem for you to connect in 10 minutes? In 10 minutes, they will be back. Now, your microphone is off. You can hear me? Yes. Is that okay? Is that okay for you? Because
yes, coffee is a human right, so it's okay.
Is a human right? Are you sure? Listen, so fabulous that you are here. I will tell them that you are already online, and I will. Yeah. But let's say it's 22. So let's do 32. I will be here 100%. You know, just like. Okay, Professor Gatto, he was about China. So he was about, thank you so much. You can stay with us. You can talk to Professor Victor. Professor Gatto had a great presentation on China. So if you have something to exchange, this is, yes. And so if you have something to exchange, please do. I have to speed up the process of drinking coffee. So I'm going well, let's do 15 minutes because I don't know if I can get them, you know, the Italian way of getting people back to Aula. It's hard. It's a hard work. It's just like preparing conference. I'm here. Okay, super. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you, Professor Gatto. Stay with us. Talk to Professor Victor, because I think that this is a wonderful exchange. China,
I can say a few minutes more. Yeah.
Don't you think that this is inspiring? But
Prof,
remember
the time.
remember that this is on YouTube. So you can yes. So this is on YouTube. So yes,
Prof,
politically correct
the
discussion.
time is passing. Take coffee. The time is passing.
Yes, go on.
This is, yeah, because I think, if I may, Andrea, you already presented. I'm just looking at
I
the.
already presented, yeah, and I'm based in China, so it's a bit late. So I think I'll go soon. I don't want to be
Yeah.
respectful,
Nice.
but yeah,
No,
I'm
nice
a
to
bit-
nice to meet you.
nice to meet you. For you, you're based in Peru, right?
Yes, it's just 9 in the morning. So
9 in
I'm
the
counting
morning.
like
Yeah, here
China.
is
What time
10
is in
p.m.
China?
10 p.m.
9 p.m.
Very late.
10
10
10:30.
p.m. Wow. And Giorgio, Bernardo, you are in Italy, no?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah, see, I live in Italy. I'm Italian.
Cool. Great.
I'm in Rome
Oh, yeah.
actually because I'm doing 2 conferences contemporary. One online with the professoress and the other one in Roma 3. And so
It's quite the same
one
with me.
regarding one in geopolitics, security, intelligence, cybersecurity, and the other one on ecological transition, sustainability, because both I think are very interconnected. So it's
Okay.
good to have like some feedback from both sides and try to build a project or something like this. So
Cool. So-
I'm
so-
waiting.
so-
I'm waiting to apply for a PhD, but it's hard. I have to be patient and wait a bit. I'm 30 years.
In Italy or abroad?
I don't know, wherever. I mean, I know Professoressa Rabellotti. I did with her my thesis, magistralis, in like ecological transition, green windows of opportunities, because she works with Denmark and with China. And maybe Professor Gattolo, you know her.
What's her name again? Sorry.
Giorgio. Professoressa Rabellotti of the University of Padua.
Rabellotti.
Roberta.
No. Rabellotti. Wait, maybe I know. Rabellotti.
Yes.
But now that you're speaking in China, Giorgio, I think China is giving a lot of opportunities to do research and PhDs.
I don't speak Chinese, but if Professor Gatto accepts me, I go.
My university
It's in English.
is Sino-American University. We teach in English.
Nice.
I mean, most of us, yeah. So no, but also if you go to good schools, they won't require that. And there are actually truly good schools in China. So yeah.
I need a supervisor.
We don't have PhDs yet, so not at my school, unfortunately. But I can tell you there are different. I mean, you can simply apply. There are so many vacancies here, so you can just, if you are interested in China. I mean, you can also study other topics. If the school is good, they will never tell you what. To be honest, I can do research on any topic. It's not a problem. Yeah.
Yeah, for instance, for Peruvians, they offer 1 year where you learn the culture and the language, and you start the program. Okay, and you start the program the second year.
Nice.
So it's longer, but I think it's a good opportunity.
Thank you
And
for.
also-
Yeah, Peru is
No?
growing a lot academic-wise. Yeah.
Yes, we're having a lot of opportunities by China. Now we're working on joint programs. So if you get your PhD or your master's here, you can also work in China. So there is a lot of they're really interesting into work with Peru. Why? Maybe Giorgio has a geopolitical approach. Legally, I think it's interesting for us.
I think now I remember who is Professor Rabellotti. Yeah. But she's not in energy, she's in regional economics.
Yes, she did a lot of projects with Denmark, and sometimes she used to go to China for seminaries, teaching periods. So she did a lot of job. and nothing. I was interested in my magistralis laurea degree in transition and ecology in general, and because now it's a very important sector also. These passages from old way of thinking to new way of thinking. So
absolutely.
It's
no, but actually, your question was interesting. I mean, all the questions I received were interesting. So yeah, I mean, what happens nationwide or internationally is different from what happens provincially, and yeah, it's true.
Because China, actually, from what I know a bit, I mean, China sometimes doesn't share too much in.
It depends. In energy, is quite good.
Okay.
There is increasing concern about the environment, and that's why now China is pioneering. Nobody would have a few years ago.
Maybe when we speak about indicators on pollution, climate change, doesn't share too much. Maybe on the other side we have like Western countries.
Of course, there is still much to do. Yes, but also do not forget that it's still an emerging economy. It's not a fully developed economy, so it's impressive. I think if you compare it to other countries, I think it's impressive.
I mean, the impact, the human impact, the ecological human impact that, I mean, the China is actually applying on the planet is, I mean, I don't know how to count it, but it's very impressive if we compare it with like Western countries. Okay, considering that Western countries, by the historical point of view, they reached the top level, the peak of what we know as a development. Maybe in other countries they are a bit, I mean, disadvantaged, and they need this transition to at least reach that level. But I don't know when they will reach this process of catch up. No, it's very
catch up, convergence. I
Yes,
mean, it depends
very
on which criteria we are considering, because I mean, there are so many ways to calculate development. So that's another problem. And energy is just one of the sectors. The environment is another sector. It's so broad, and also out of China, China is not so shared. So what happens in China is not communicated. So everybody thinks that China is gray, for example. It's not true. It's really green. I mean, if you will come one day to China, you will realize it. It's really green. So then, is it perfect? No, but
Yeah. Also, when I did my thesis, I did it on South Africa. Can you hear, Prof?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because no, when I did my thesis, I did it on South Africa, energy transition, and I was doing like how is possible that the BRICS country, if you put them all together, they are a lot improving and investing financially on green energy transitions. In AV, they are investing a lot in electric vehicles. Also, they financially they can I mean have the possibility of doing this process. On the other side, Western countries, they are not too much I mean improving in this. Maybe northern countries, Denmark.
Depends. It depends on which country you are analyzing, but I mean, no, China is investing a lot actually.
Yes, but Western countries not too much. I mean, actually,
it depends. If you compare, for example, the US had really a downturn, completely downturn. So before I mentioned another paper well, actually a couple I wrote on green hydrogen. The Biden administration invested a lot on that, but then it was stopped, everything. So green finance is crucial. This is another element. So
yeah,
it was the case in Peru. Like we have projects for green hydrogen, and the main bidder was from China.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, China also due to the Belt and Road Initiative, you know, it's also all over the world with infrastructures and also internally. Nowadays, they built in a few years the biggest railway system in the world. And I take train quite frequently. People here mostly travel through high-speed rail, and it's super safe, it's super efficient, it is cheap, you know. So I mean, it's doable. For example, this is a big problem in both North and South America. There is almost no railway. So just to mention one.
Yeah.
Now I can understand countries which are mounty or, you know, not developed as North America, but in the US, just, you know, a little bit of the East has railways. Then railway system is totally underdeveloped.
Yeah. But some people blame on Henry Ford from the Ford company of autos of this.
This is one of the reasons,
choice,
yes,
no?
The car industry. I mean, the cities were totally reshaped according to Fordism, Taylorism, the use of gas, but also here the gas is in general energy, but gasoline is very cheap in China, but still it's you know, it's expensive to build and manage and maintain a railway system, so it's not a good business. But what is the direction you want to take? You want to invest or not? I mean, it's a matter of priority, I think.
And you were talking about gas. Does China has its own resources of gas, or the gas, or they make gas oil or sugarcane?
To gasoline, basically.
Okay.
So petrol, yeah. Yeah, I mean, China has more or less all resources. Of course, it's not packed with, oil. Yes, it's mostly carbon if you think of fossil fuels. But then, as I mentioned during my presentation, they're also investing a lot in frontiers resources. So new batteries, not only for electric vehicles, but also new generation hydrogen, nuclear fusion. So it's rapidly evolving. They're investing a lot in wind and solar energy.
Yeah.
So I have to look back the YouTube for your presentation.
Okay.
Sorry, I was late, but great.
No, was too.
Prof, actually, I have 9%.
I
need to check my phone, and if you can tell to the professor if suddenly I disappear, it's because of this.
Okay. See you around. Nice to meet you, Giorgio. Nice to meet you, Andrea.
Bye.
Bye.
What is your field, Victor?
I usually work in legal. I'm from the legal point of view on investment, like investment protection.
Okay.
So yes, but I like these energy cases because we had some of the Peruvian cases brought to international arbitration on more on hydroelectrical, because we still don't have any case on wind or solar because we have just started like 5 years ago. And green hydrogen and other sources is really a deal and a discussion now. But the problem is more political, so we are not so stable at the moment. So that scares some of the investors just to come. But we're waiting to see what happens. But as you say, usually those energy projects are related to either to the mining company or either to build railways or infrastructure. So we have this project from China to make a train that comes from they really build a port here in Peru, and then they want to just cross.
Also in Europe, but that's
And they
another
want to
fact.
cross to Brazil. Yeah.
Ability pays off, and here is stable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have our chair. She's the chair of my table.
Welcome,
Because,
Professor. We will
because-
start soon.
Because Andrea was really nice with me, just
Yeah.
just accompanying me, even if he's late. But you work also from the legal point of view, Andrea. I'm just saying because
No,
you will
I'm an
leave soon.
economist.
Ah.
I'm an economist, but I work on transdisciplinary research most. So I work also with lawyers, with engineers, with biologists. So
Because mostly
from an ecological and development point of view. So.
Cool. So maybe I will ask Professor Katarzyna your contact later, because we're working more with the University of Shanghai, but we're having some projects with universities in China because of we have really a big amount of investment from China here in Peru, and so the academia is interested in. And we're working in the field of the World Trade Organization chairs. So there we work really close with the chairs of China, but we're open to any academic that wants to do research or teaching. Between the two.
With pleasure. I wrote my contact details in. I don't know if you can see previous messages here on the right.
Previous.
Otherwise, I will. Let me see. Maybe I can send.
Or otherwise, I will write.
Okay, I will send you a private message. So these are. Okay, this is my email. Okay, got it.
Okay, I got this one too.
I will send you an email here.
And I will try also to send something.
So, do you have a great discussion about China and Peru? So Professor Sacco is from Peru. So I will just introduce it's filling up. So Professor Sacco, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much. I was a little bit afraid because you were not responding. So if you remember, so I'm delighted. I just wanted to know, so we are in the section on global perspective. That's why I know that it was very late, Professor Gatto. I believe that it's already midnight, right? It's midnight?
No, not yet. It's 11.
Okay. But for Professor Sacco, it's okay. It's morning, right?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you to Andrea to stay and just accompanying me to kind of the Italian way to be and to be nice to people.
But you have to be. But what we discussed, I think you have been in Italy, no? Or not?
Yeah, I have not just in two small parts. Well, when I talk to the southern Italians that I have just been in the northern part, they say you have not been in Italy. But yes, I think I have been. Yeah.
Professor Sacco, just a small thing. Where we are, we signed memorandum of understanding in December. I did everything. It's already June. And what happened on your side? You have to push somewhere because we wanted to do joint master, with you and things. But you didn't sign the agreement, and we did in December. Well, it was not you personally, but Professor Zegara was involved. It was going to be signed, and we are in June, and our part signed in
December.
Yes, in December.
Wow. I will talk with Diego.
You need to talk to Diego. Absolutely. I was just shouting on my students who were helping me and so on. They are not efficient. I'm saying you are not efficient. It has to be done here. Okay. So no, I'm not saying to you, but just we need to do it.
Yes.
So yes, absolutely. So Professor Victor Sacco, I just met him in Lima last year. His research is absolutely brilliant. He's a specialist of WTO, but he has a lot of interest in sustainability, all sorts of energy transition, some issues. So I wanted his global perspective from South America, from Peru, on the issue of clean energy and so on. So the floor is yours, Professor Sacco.
Yes, thank you very much. Also, thank you to Andrea for staying late. And I think it's the time according to the program for the Latinos, because I think we have Ignacio later and also Andres.
I have this intellectually. I always want the conference to have this intellectual coherence. Sometimes it doesn't work, but still it works. Yes, because later on it might be already the sort of the plan of the book. So you have those, you understand. So this is how I put things together. But it's not only this, it's also about the time, because you cannot do in the morning. You cannot do in the morning, because in the morning I will wake you up at 3 o'clock in the morning. So when I'm in Colombia, I'm teaching at 3 o'clock in the morning when I have classes in Pavia. So yes, so the floor is yours. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, can you press all'inizio? Yes, excellent, super.
Okay, thank you very much. So I will do a short introduction of how is the clean energy market here in Peru. So then we can discuss a little bit. I think I have my clock here. I will take from the 20 minutes, maybe 12 or 15. And then we can maybe, if you have some questions, we can discuss on that. So here we go. Well, clean energy and its challenges in Peru. Then you have also my email if later you want to make some contacts, and we're really keen to open to discussion and to work together in the future with all the academics in the world, if you want to share. This is the outcome or the overview of my presentation. I will just show you the Peruvian market for energy. I will tell you a little bit about the Peruvian energy sector. I'm a lawyer, sorry, I will try to pass that fast, but I will talk with you about the Peruvian regulation. And then when it has been asked to me, what are the challenges for clean energy in the future for Peru?
Here. We are mostly lawyers here. Yeah.
Super. Okay, so let's go for the Peruvian market. You maybe already know, but I wanted to make it sure. So here is the plan of Peru. We are just in the middle of South America. We are just neighbors with Brazil, Bolivia, Chile, Ecuador, and Colombia. And just this plan also to let you know, maybe it's not so easy, that we have a really big coast. So the possibilities to have energy related to the waves of the sea, it's a possibility. It's not very well seen in the plan, but here I think we can see it too. Just the coast is really, we have a really big desert. So the possibilities also to have solar energy are really big. Sorry, all these pictures have been taken from Google, so they have a copyright. So maybe before to share the PowerPoint, I will put the the sources of the images, and now I'm just using them for present. So we have a really big coast. We have a lot of desert. So there is another possibility to have also energies related coming from the sun. We have also rivers and lakes and mountains. So we have the force for hydro energy coming from, and also, as I told you, we have also rivers, and also the sun, even in the mountains in the Andes of Peru, is really strong during the mornings, even in all the time of the year. So there we also have opportunities to have energy from the sun, also from the rivers and from the lakes, and also from the force of the water coming from the mountains. We also have in the coast, because of the vast desert, we also have the really strong winds to make solar plants. So we have all these possibilities, and I just presented them because then I want to tell you, this is a spoiler, like the market for energy, for clean energy is really small, and that could maybe be explained if you look at the numbers. Like, we have a really big territory, so it's like 1,200 millions of square kilometers, but our population is from 35 million of persons. So if you compare it, for instance, with Spain, that is on the level that they have at least 3 times less territory, but they have more population than us. And this number of population is related with the demand for energy. And also that demand for energy will be related with the sectors that really need energy and that push energy. Usually when you have companies, or when you have like projects that need the energy, the market for energy will grow. What is the demand of energy at the moment? We are between 54,000 and 61,000 gigawatts in 2025. So in comparison with other countries, is quite a little low. And most of the cake, if we take all the energy produced as a big cake or as a pizza, like the most slices of the pizza will be taken by usually what is mining and manufacture, and in the third level we have households, so the people that using them for their houses, for working, or for others. Even also, you will maybe thinking like the market for electric cars is not so big in Peru. They exist, they're being used, but we're still depending on what is gas and also what is gasoline for just moving the cars and trucks. So how is the Peruvian electric sector? The most of energy that we use is 52%. That comes from hydroelectric, so this is in Spanish. 53% is from hydroelectric. This is coming from these companies are producing this from the even 70s and 80s when the hydroelectrics were built. Then at the beginning of the 2000s, we start to use the natural gas that is brought from my home department, that is Cusco, that is brought from Cusco through the jungle to Lima by a pipeline. And even that, we have last month we have a problem with the pipeline. There was a hole in the pipeline, so for 2 weeks Lima was without gas, and that had really a huge economic effect mostly on taxi drivers and also on household, because most of the kitchens in Lima and also in the coast depend of natural gas to burn. Then solar energy, we are around 2 to 3%. I'm gonna show you some of the plants later. And what is eolic energy? We have 2 parks, and is between 5 and 6%. So basically, that is our production of energy here in Peru. And as you see, what is renewable resources is really less than 10%. With the interest to make it grow in the future, but we will depend on investment, and we will discuss on that later. Time is running. The electric consumption, this is quite of the same graphic, just divided different. Then you see hydropower against 50%, that was 2004, gas 39%, and we see like what is solar and wind is still less than 10% together. And what is renewable energy? It represents that it was at the end of 2025 that it grows. We grow till 13% of national production. And according to our Ministry of Energy, that's the MINEM, it's more with solar and also wind energy, but it's something that is put together by our legislature as legislation, sorry, as a renewable energy. We're counting on sugarcane bagasse. So we take the sugarcane to take alcohol from it, so make the cars and truck run. So that is considered as renewable energy according to our standards. Then we can discuss if this is sustainable, how we use the land, and how the land can recover using sugarcane. But it's in our legislation. That is something that we can discuss if it's sustainable or not. Then where do we have the plants? Maybe I think it's better if we go to the other map. So just this slide is just for tell you where do we have the maps, and maybe as some of you are new to the country. Yeah,
No, I'm saying I will go and check this plants in Arequipa.
Okay, just Professor was telling, Arequipa is most of the plants. If we cut the country, you will see, even if we have these lines here, most of the plants are just in the western part of Peru. So all this is the jungle that is not very developed. So where all the economic activities happens is just in the coast, and as we have seen, Arequipa and Majes are here near to the coast. Arequipa is maybe the second or third more important city in Peru. So all the projects are related either to mining or either to just producing electricity. So that is what we have the most conglomerate of population usually here in Lima and Arequipa. Here we have Ica, and also we have Trujillo, La Libertad. So most of the projects, and maybe you are also guessing that, is related to where is the money, there will be the project and related to. So most of the projects are here. We have wind energy like in the north because the winds are very, very, very powerful. Also in the south because also we have winds. It's also good for surfing. That is there. So we have all the solar just in the south. Why? Because in the south, just for the radiation of the sun is the best place to have it, and we have a lot of desert, so it's easier to use. And here we have when we transform all the sugarcane into petrol, just in the middle because of the automotive park is really close to Lima. So yes, I still have 5 minutes as I promised. This is quite the same map, but it's easy because then you see the divided of Peru, and also that divided is related to the development of Peru. So we have more poverty usually on the right-hand side of the country, so in the eastern side than in the western side. Okay, just going to then to the big companies that are operating in Peru. Like the big companies operating in Peru are mainly from France, Spain, and Colombia. That's very interesting. And the other three, like Origen, Calpa, and Calpa, are just Peruvian. So there is they are related to very important banks and very important families in the economy of Peru. So it's very interesting. And there is an interest also, I will talk later, with green hydrogen from Chinese investment. So basically till there, this is the roadmap of Peru. We are starting to produce clean energy or renewable energy. It's really small. We have reached 13%. In the past years, there was no more than 10%. And if we also take the pizza or the cake, is more leading by foreign companies, this production. So how is this related with the Peruvian regulation? As I have not much time, I will go fast. And as I have told you, we have some laws that protect. We have more than 15 laws and also ruling that protect and promote the clean energy. So there we have some ideas. Ley de Generación Eficiente, so efficient generation of energy that works with bids. So the ministry open to bid, so an investor could bid to just generate clean energy in Peru, and if they win the bid, the minister just helped to get the land and to discuss how how to produce energy. So we have also a law for the promotion for the investment of the generation of electricity related to clean energy. That I think those are the most important laws. And some of the laws are also related with sugarcane that we have talked also on the problem. Then we also have investment agreements. For instance, the main producers that I have told you, that is Spain, France, and Colombia, they are covered by investment agreements. We have with them either with the Europeans BITs, so those are the old treaties that could be say that they protect more than the new treaties to the investor, to the free trade agreements. So all the investment in energy is covered also internationally by investment agreements, and the possibilities that the investors can go to international arbitration. We have Peru have in the past already been brought to ICSID, to the International Tribunal for the solution of disputes between investors and the states. And some cases have been won by Peru, but other cases have been lost. But those more were related to energy comes from hydroelectric companies. So there is a regulatory framework that protects the investment in clean energies. So what is the problem? Why we are not growing with the generation of energy in that way? The problem or the challenges are, and then I'm really closing. I have 2 more minutes from what I promised. Maybe I take 1 more minute from the questions and we can finish. What are the challenges? Basically, the challenges are political, economic, and also from infrastructure. From the political point of view, we have been really unstable in the last 10 years. We have a really big conflict between the executive and the Congress, which leads that something that is not a joke, but it sounds like it. We have had 10 presidents in the last 9 years. So there is there are some presidents that have just lasted for 2 days.
How many? You said 8 years?
9 years.
In 9 years, 10 presidents. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Yes, there was one president that just last 2 days into his mandate. So it was, and yeah, basically we have become a parliamentarian system, so where the parliament just can show the president and just push, and this is a political mess, and also the rotation.
This is on YouTube. Remember, we are on YouTube. Don't talk too much on political issues.
Okay. But what is true, and then we will have elections next year. So economically, that affect the political stability can affect to have the investment. So Peruvian companies, even they are participating, they don't have enough budget just to go alone to make like bigger projects. And then we have the lack of infrastructure that is also depending of the money that the government is spending on just generate this infrastructure, just for if the Peruvian investors will like to do. So just to finish, I'll just give time for some questions, even if I will only give 4 minutes for questions. Then the problem is the lack of electrical infrastructure. I think we need more transmission lines. Even if relating to electricity, sometimes we're selling electricity to Ecuador. Then we still have some problems. Also, we're selling gas to Mexico and to Chile. But for just generate more electric energy from renewable sources, we are there a little limited. We have bureaucratic processes, so that's a problem with the administration, and it's quite understandable because it has been a lot of changements in the president. That comes with the changes of ministers, and if you take that we have 10 presidents, the name of ministers related to energies have sometimes also doubled the number of presidents, and so that's complete unsustainability just to make the changes and processes. We have a strong reliance of natural gas because it's really cheap. We had a lot, but that reliances just play against us. As I have told you, 1 month ago, just the pipeline just broke, and for two weeks there was a problem just to cook and also to use the cars. The investment is still insufficient. That the lack is because there is no stability. Well, there are other problems too. It's around the markets around the world where to invest into, but there is really a strong and strong interest from China to invest on green hydrogen. So we need also to modernize the electrical grids. I told you main of the power comes from electricity for hydroelectrics, and those are sometimes from the 70s. And for instance, the OECD notes that Peru green's transition will depend heavily on a stronger infrastructure and public policies, and that we also need money to just perform that. So that's it from my side. And thank you very much for listening. And I just take 17 minutes. Sorry, I took 2 extra, but we still have some maybe 3 minutes before. I don't want to make Ignacio just wait.
No, don't worry. But we will take Professor Escobar first because he's already online. Don't worry, because I always think that the people who remind me about time when I'm talking, this is just like a tent on my intellectual abilities, and it's not very pleasant, to be honest. Somebody who is putting me, and this is very much, when I teach NATO databases, they have this rule that even if you are perfectly on time, they still put you, just the soldiers, the military, whatever, you can be perfectly, because it's all counted. So it's a little bit, So super. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Any questions about Peru, Susanna? Yes.
No, yes, only one question in particular. You indicated that one of the challenges concerns the infrastructures. Do you mean grids? Which infrastructures in particular are critical for the transition?
Mainly, as you said, and then I think Andrea has also raised his hand. I think the grid is, for the moment, for what we have is the grid. But also infrastructure, like for having new clean energy, could be also the roads to where to take all the just to move these panels from aeolic energy to the places on the desert when they want to build it. Most of the time, this is assumed by the constructor because there are no roads to get there. Sometimes the trucks have to go just between the sand, and that takes more money to take them. So sometimes it's just the constructor who has to build the road to make the aeolic park to get there. And also, for instance, there was an interesting project on to have take energy from the waves of the sea. And also the problem was how do we access there if we have some plants there. So basically of what we have now are the grids, also the pipeline for the gas that Lima, the households are really dependent of the pipeline from the gas. So the protection of that. And even if it's not infrastructure, but sometimes when there are political demonstration by the communities, what they do is try to take the pipeline. So they say, if you don't respond to our demands, we're gonna cut you the gas, and then you maybe wanna respond. And so that's not infrastructure, but yes, and thank you for your question. Yeah, basically at the moment there are the grids and also the new infrastructure just to move all the materials to generate the new energy. Thank you very much.
Question about awareness raising. So as Professor Escobar, who is just after you, always said that, because I said you're very good in awareness raising, you have different bins and so on. And he was saying, no, this is only in the cities. Go somewhere, just in the part of Amazonia, nobody divides waste and so on. So how is it in Peru?
Okay, so maybe I can take the 2 questions together, like the Andrea's question and yours, and then I can answer both together. Maybe they are connected.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to expand our previous conversation regarding investments from China as part of the Belt and Road Initiative, particularly regarding companies, regulation initiatives, and perspectives. If you have any overview.
Thank Thank you, Andrea. So I take the two questions, like the first one from Professor Katarzyna. Yes, the difference between, like, for instance, I have showed you in the map, like most of the renewable energies are just in the parts that are industrialized with big cities, and it's different if you go to the jungle. Like, for instance, in the jungle, the access to internet, now that we're doing this by YouTube, by Zoom, it's really just by cell phones. And sometimes, how do they get energy? Like the grid there is really small, and sometimes it's just burning like oil, which has a bigger impact on the Amazonia. And it will be the jungle a good opportunity to have like solar grids that are less affecting the environment. Yes, and then yeah, sometimes when you go to small cities, sometimes the grid doesn't get there, as Professor just asked before. Yeah, maybe renewable energies could be maybe better and more sustainable from those places. And related to the question of Professor Andreas, and also not to take it too much time from Professor Andres, and yes, China is really investing a lot in Peru. So they have invested in a port. A Chinese company called COSCO has invested in a port that is called the Chancay port. That will have a really huge impact in the needs of energy, because they are building a plant for assembling electric cars. So those electric cars will need like more energy for being used, and they will be cheaper. And usually the market because our system for public transportation is not so big, so most of the people relies on privates doing this van movement. So if they have electric cars, they will be easy and cheaper for them. So there will be more needs. Also, China has also mining companies in the south, and those mining companies needs the electricity to produce, and also the energy to produce. That is also related to that. And also one big project that China has is to connect this Chancay port with ports in Brazil. So the idea is to have a high-speed train, not just for passenger, but also for production, just going from this Chancay crossing Bolivia. Bolivia is in part of the interest in China, and going to Brazil. And why I think this interest of maybe to put Bolivia in the pack, and also Peru, is because we have these raw materials and rare earths just in the border with Bolivia and also to Peru, that are interesting for just doing the batteries and components for keep the energy. Because I think something is to produce the product that is very important as computer, but I think it happens to every one of us. Just our friend Bernardo just leave us because he had a problem with his cell phone. So to keep the energy to have all the devices with us needs some batteries, and those is the limits. Yes, Andrea.
Yes, maybe this last, I'm sorry, very quickly.
No, it's very interesting.
These last two questions maybe are linked, because the World Bank and other organizations are actually, in the last 20 years, they implement many projects, finance many projects regarding mini grids, microgrids. They have been successful in some parts of the world, so especially in remote areas. So, I mean, I don't know if you're aware of, but maybe they are considering also this. Yeah.
No, it's very interesting that I haven't seen if there have been some companies of Peru that ask to because this World Bank has three financial, well, from Peru, state to state, I don't know. But I don't know, it will be interesting now that you have told me. Now I'm with the curiosity to look for it, if there has been Peruvian companies, or there is a joint venture between Peruvian foreign companies that have asked the World Bank, the institution of the World Bank that make the loans for companies for sustainability to make projects in Peru. But I know there are private initiatives, even universities. My universities are doing like small private initiatives to help, like for instance, sustainability goods like coffee, cocoa, and using solar energy, so them to produce and to export. But no, I don't know. And now I have to, and thank you very much, because now I have the curiosity, and I maybe later go to the website and check if there are Peruvians asking for those loans.
Thank you very much. I know that there will be some further questions, but we are very late. We are very late. And Professor Giszczyńska is waiting. I hope that she's not offended because she's offended and she's offended. I haven't seen you because I had a screen.
But you know, the last will be the first.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. So, Professor Sacco, you can stay with us. You can stay with us if you want. Well, if you are busy, we understand, but if you want to stay, absolutely, you are more than welcome. You can see this conference on YouTube, so you can see the next day and or choose parts, or how did it end, or it ended in disaster. So I thank you so much for this, and I will ask Professor Escobar. Andres is not here. Andres.
Hi, Katarzyna. How are you? How are you?
Hello. Can we see you? Excellent. So you are not using the same computer that I did, because I didn't have a screen. Yes, so excellent. So Professor Escobar, yes, he's my great friend from Cartagena, my place that I love it. He is now head of Department of Economics. We have here almost economists for 2 days. So I thank you. I thank you so much for this. And you told me that you are going to say about this sort of a really new way of clean energy for Cartagena. It's exactly this place where I'm going, and I hope they will be continuing going. let's hope in the future years. So is it so, Professor Escobar? The floor is yours. You want to share maybe slides or some? No.
Yeah, sure. No, yes.
So
Okay,
if you have,
Good morning,
have slides,
Katarzyna.
you can share them on. It's all open, so we can share them here. Good. Yes, excellent. But you need to go from the beginning. Ab initio. Yes, thank you so much.
Is it? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm sorry, good afternoon and good night in China.
Yes.
So, thank you, Katarzyna. It's been a pleasure to be here in your seminar. Congratulations for the organization, and congrats to Victor for his interesting presentation about Peru. So, I would like to present some of the work that we are doing here in Cartagena department that could be quite interesting in the topics that you are been talking about. So we are trying to implement some indicators that can be addressed to understand economic transitions at the local level. So it's kind of new. So it's an extension of some work that there has been doing in the last 10 years. So I will present this work, and I hope to have some questions at the end, so I will try to address. So our title is Economic Complexity and Green Development Opportunities, a Local Perspective. I mean this a local perspective because we make an application for Cartagena, the city of Cartagena, at the local level, at the municipal level, so we will see the results. So we always talk about economic development since the 50s. And we have seen that economic transformation is not enough to tackle climate goals. We can see it particularly when we look to developed countries that face these climate challenges and try to overcome the results of this development process as we can see in the US and China and Europe. And we may say that global goals require local solutions. And for any society, we have some priorities, which is always we talk about jobs, we talk about economic growth, and we talk a lot of development. And today we talk more on green growth or green economic development or sustainable growth. So we focus on economic complexity And what is economic complexity? We can rely on how knowledge is accumulated, transferred, and preserved if it is embedded in networks of individuals or companies that put this knowledge into productive use. This complexity of any economy is related to the multiplicity of useful knowledge embedded in it. As proposed by Hausmann, economic complexity is expressed in the composition of a country's productive output and reflects the structure that emerged to hold and combine knowledge. So it's important that increased economic complexity is necessary for a society to be able to hold and use a larger amount of productive knowledge. To measure economic complexities, it's important to keep in mind three important concepts. One is diversity, the other is ubiquity, and the last is revealed comparative advantage. These are concepts very widely used in economics. Diversity is the number of products that a country is connected to or able to produce. It means that the higher diversity means that the country is more diversified, produce a different set of products. Ubiquity is more related to the number of countries that a product is connected to. Higher ubiquity means that the product is produced by a wide range of countries, so that product is less sophisticated or could be treated as a commodity. And revealed comparative advantage is a ratio to calculate a country's export strength in a specific good or service with respect to the world by calculating the product share of a country's export and in total exports. So we have these different concepts and indicators that we can calculate, so we can establish an economic complexity index or a product complexity index. Mathematically, we have these equations that we can calculate for any country or any product, the indicators of diversity, ubiquity, and economic complexity index and the product complexity index. So this is the standard way to calculate these economic complexity indicators. And as Hausmann showed in 2013, this mapping shows how economic complexity index is higher in basically in rich regions of the world, in North America, Europe, and more or less now in Asia. And the countries that have lower complexity index are countries that are less developed in the map of the developing world. It can be applied also at the product level, as I mentioned before, the product complexity index. So we can identify the products that are more complex to produce. For example, the 5 top more complex products are machines and appliances for specialized products, particular industries, instrument appliance for physical or chemical analysis, appliance based on X-rays, lubricating petrol, and other machines tools for working metal. These are the more sophisticated products in the basket case of the production in the world. And the less complex products are crude oil, thin ores, cotton, cocoa beans, sesame seeds, are the products that are less sophisticated with this by calculating this using this approach. So why is so important? Because what people have shown is that there is a strong relation between GDP per capita and the complexity of an economy. So the higher the GDP per capita is explained by the higher complexity of the economy, even though if we control for if the country has an important basket of natural resources exports. So this correlation is important in terms of explaining GDP per capita. So richer countries are societies with higher complexity. So it's interesting because we have this approach that can be used at the global level or at the national level. So we can have these comparisons between countries and between products and so on. This is the work done by Hausmann and others at Harvard Growth Lab, and also by Hidalgo with the Observatory of Economic Complexity. These results are shown and are done by using trade data and focus only on tradables. And on this approach, there is some recent work that is talking about green economic complexity, with the purposes to identify key green complex activities that any economy should promote or expand. Of course, as any approach, it has some limitations. This approach has some limits and only focuses on tradables because it takes it needs only trade data, only focus on aggregated level at national level. We cannot focus at a local or regional level and within a country. It talks about Colombia, it talks about Peru, it talks about China, but we cannot see how it works at the local level. Mainly because trade data at the local level is more difficult to understand, because we have local trade between cities, we have international trade between countries and the city, and regional trade with other municipalities. So it's more difficult to calculate these indicators at the local level, even though they are available. So what we propose, we use household survey data to calculate these economic complexity indicators at the 4-digit level of the standardized product index. So we can calculate these economic complexity indicators at the for tradables and non-tradables. We can distinguish between formal and informal activities, which is crucial for our economies, particularly in Latin America. These kind of indicators based on household survey, we can compare between municipalities, but we cannot compare our results between countries. And we extend the work of Hausmann by calculating these indicators at the local level. And we extend the work of Milley by calculating these green indicators for the city of Cartagena. And we develop one tool, which is the Productive Strategies Navigator that we can see later. It's just for if no one knows what is Cartagena. Cartagena is a city located in Colombia, founded in 1533 during the Spaniard colonization.
Martin here also, all delegations from Poland, they have been in Cartagena, so they also like it. So don't worry, just like we see. Of course, I do know Cartagena, as you know.
Okay,
Thanks to you. Sorry.
Thank you, Katarzyna. Since the foundation of the city has been known as a major port in Latin America and is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. So the main economic activities in the city are manufacturing, tourism, and commerce. Manufacturing, because we have a very strong industrial zone, and tourism, because of we have mentioned before, it is very colonial, and we have an old city which is very famous worldwide. So in terms of product complexity, it's very important to mention that we can distinguish even though within the products. So for example, a cell phone, it could be very complex to produce. Nuts and bolts are obviously less complex to produce in terms of manufacturing goods. So the product complexity index is a proxy of the technological sophistication of a product. So it means that regions that produce more complex products tend to grow faster economically. So we apply these indicators for the region, for the city, at the municipal level. We did it for all the country, for all the main cities in Colombia, but I'm only showing the results for Cartagena. So we have this diagram with these 4 quadrants. So for example, quadrant A, we can see some products that are non-competitive and non-complex. We have those axes. In the y-axis, we have product complexity index, and the x-axis, we have this revealed comparative advantage. Revealed comparative advantage means that we are more competitive compared to other regions, and complexity index, we're producing products that are more complex than products that produce in other regions. So in quadrant 8, we have products that are not competitive and complex, but are very complex. Quadrant B, we have highly competitive and complex formal products and services, which is the more competitive and complex products. Quadrant C are highly competitive products, but not complex. And quadrant D are not competitive and non-complex products or services produced in the city. So this is the map at 4-digit level of the products and services that produce in Cartagena. So just to mention some products that we identified in those quadrants, we can see that, for example, the city is very competitive, producing complex products such as boat building, plastic manufacturing, manufacture of basic chemical products, to mention some. Those products that we are competitive but not complex are fish processing, port activities for transportation, and hotel accommodation. These quadrants are basically those products that can be treated as commodities because they're not complex and any economy can produce them, but we are very competitive in those products. And interestingly, in the quadrant A, we have products that are very complex, but we are not competitive, such as international air transportation, trade of specialized equipments, and IT consulting. This gives an important ideas. For example, products that we produce that are complex, but we are not competitive, could generate some strategies to promote and expand these activities in the city to augment their competitiveness and move it to the quadrant B. And also we have products that in the quadrant B that we should foster and increase because we are competitive and they are complex. Obviously, we cannot rely on the production of goods that are treated as commodities. They could be an important anchor to the rest of the economy, but we know that in the long run, this strategy is not enough because any economy could produce this commodity, and there's a lot of competition. And also, we can identify in the quadrant D there are some products that we are not competitive and are not complex. So this quadrant is not a strategy. It's very interesting to see that, for example, we can also identify informal activities. In Latin America, informal activities are very important because, as an example, Colombia has more or less 50% of the working population in informal activities, which they don't receive a social contribution, they don't have health insurance, and so on. But with this approach, we can see that, for example, it's very interesting that we are very competitive in some activities compared to other municipalities that have some degree of complexity. And also we produce informal activities and products and services that are very complex but are informal, such as clothing manufacturing or cultural teaching or advertising. It means that at the local level, it's possible to promote some strategies that firms involved in these informal activities could become formal and move to the more competitive sector by accessing to finance, to credit, and so on, to expand their services. It allows us to compare to make a comparison between cities. For example, we compare Cartagena with Bogota. Bogota is the main capital city in Colombia, highly industrialized and highly financialized. And we can see that, for example, Cartagena is more competitive in the transport and accommodation sectors, and also in energy, manufacturing, and mining. And Bogota is more competitive in the financial sector, housing, and professional services, for example. So this allows to identify the key strengths of the cities compared with our cities. And also we can select, for example, a specific product such as plastic manufacturing and compare this product with the rest of the municipalities that produce the same product and how competitive we are. For example, in this case, Cartagena, we're comparing to Barranquilla and Medellin, which are other cities that are highly industrialized. Cartagena is very competitive in manufacturing plastics. And we can see also this comparison over time, how this sector or this product is evolving over time and how many employment generates in terms of formal and informal employment. So it's a tool that it can be very useful for monitoring. And also we can identify the main opportunities that we can select in terms of to promote these activities to increase economic complexity in the city or within the region. And we identify 15 products that the city should promote in terms of if we try to introduce more complexity to the economy and diversification in terms of more complex activities that will increase economic growth. But we extend this analysis. I will take 2 more minutes more, sorry, focusing on green activities. So we identify which are the main green activities that are produced in the city. Based on the green jobs classification by the Public Employment Services, we identify that, for example, the 5 top green activities in the city are water treatment, hazardous waste collection, energy trade, specialized machinery maintenance, and electric power generation. So applying the economic complexity index, as called the green complexity index, based on the literature, we can calculate this at the local level, and we identified where are the green products that the city is very competitive and produce and have a high level of complexity with respect to their cities in the country. For example, electricity trade, specialized installation of industrial machinery, aquaculture, specialized equipment maintenance, and specialized transport equipment are some of the products where the city is very competitive at the national level and are very complex. So we can see that this is what we call with the Cartagena's green competitive strength that we identified. And we can see these strengths how evolve over time. So there is an important specialization in maintenance of machinery and also on recovery of hazardous materials. And we can propose by this approach where should be the focus of the local strategy in terms of become more green, more competitive in terms of green production of goods and services, and that will allow to the city to become more complex in terms of the economic structure, but also more green. So we identified these 15 products and services that the city should expand and promote these sectors. Also, it's important to mention that it's not also talking about the final product in terms of what we are producing, but it's very interesting to continue to work with this approach, how these products and services are connected to the global value chains with the rest of the world, because it could be an opportunity that perhaps a green product that we produce, we don't produce cell phones, but perhaps we can produce an input that is used by green technologies around the world, and could be a useful way to connect local production with the global value chains. So it's an important, it would be a very potent way to foster product diversification at the local level. So in terms of summary, sorry, I'm going to 20 minutes, economic complexity has innovation and growth. It becomes more relevant at the local level to promote local economic development strategies. Economic complexity allows to identify green products and services to pursue local transition strategies for sustainable development goals. And the underdeveloped regions can benefit by promoting structural change through global value chains and green global value chains, which is what I mentioned at the last slide. And we have developed so far a useful tool for economic complexity analysis, which we name Productive Strategies Navigator, which is available in this link that anyone can access. So it's an interactive tool. It's only at the moment for the city of Cartagena, but we are expanding this tool for all the cities in Colombia, so we can compare and we can we can look at those competitive products and services that any city could promote and increase their complexity in terms of strategies. So this is what I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much. And some of the key references that I mentioned during the presentation. And I'm willing to have some comments and questions about what we have discussed so far.
The floor is open, so please. Can you hear Andreas? They are clapping, so they are very happy. I'm sure that I will have some questions. Martin, do you have any question? No? About Cartagena? Well, I have seen. What I'm saying, I'm extremely happy that Colombia and Cartagena is developing so much. It's just incredible, because in Pavia nothing happens. Just like when I came, it's exactly the same. Well, I have this feeling, and in Colombia, I see from one year to another, everything is more expensive, more luxury, and so on. So I'm really, really very, very happy with this. But is there any other city in Colombia? You said Bogota. but you know, just like other example of sort of sustainability products that well, so strategy for sustainable development in Colombia. I don't think that Medellin is following, no? Maybe
Well,
Cali?
I mean, the limitations currently that we have seen is that these strategies are more at the national level. So when we talk or in the best place, we can talk at the regional level, which includes a lot of municipalities. So even though when you try to apply at the local level, it's very hard. So this approach, it tries to overcome this limitation. So you can identify at the very local level which are the products or the green products that the city produce, the strength of the city, the local capacity, and perhaps identify which products the city or the region should produce in order to become more complex and increase economic growth. So
so what could be the solution? So it's more about regionalization in a political way that well, is it only for sustainability or in general? It's more on, as you said, on the state level, and therefore is difficult to apply to particular region. Is it only for sustainability or for other sectors as well, like health or something?
Well, in our case, we can look at not only tradables, we can see not only products, but also we can look the whole economic sector of the economy. We can see services also. And we can identify which are the green activities that economy. There's a standard classification worldwide, so you can see which are the green activities that economic is involved. So in our case, it's very interesting because we can identify this in the last part of the presentation, the green activities that the city is producing. Sometimes I'm not sure that it's widely known that, for example, in Pavia, what are the green activities that the city produces, or it's
I
not
would
so
say
easy. It's not so easy to identify. I mean, so that's
because I would say that they are very few and it doesn't move very fast. Somebody noticed, I don't know, one delegation I had in the previous conferences that said that on the level of electric cars and those cars with hydrogen and so on, that we don't have facilities. So if you are driving a modern car, you might somehow, you know, just like be waiting 3 days because, you know, just like the batteries are, you have very few points for this, and in one point it might be that there is a huge queue, and you know, people were using old system as well, exactly, not as the cleanest, but at least more sufficient one. Sufficient in sense that you go to work, you know that you will get fuel, and 5 minutes later you off. You know, just like when you have new, you might be stuck in the queue.
Yeah, sure. Our main motivation is that, for example, national strategies, national development strategies always focus on, for example, what we have shown before. Cartagena is very strong in tourism, is very strong in manufacturing, is very strong in commerce. And all the strategies are always, we have to promote industrialization, we have to promote the tourism, but are very general. They always, it's impossible to have any suggestion at the policy level to say, okay, what product of tourism we should promote, with kind of activity, touristic activity, enhance economic growth. We have many different products and services. So that's the important thing, is to identify within a sector which are the most sophisticated products that we should produce and we are capable to produce. Within the tourism, we have not only accommodation, we have
yes, but that's why it was my question. So
cultural events, we have concerts, we have many different activities that have more complex, that are more complex, and perhaps promotes more economic dynamics. So that's the idea of this approach that we have presented.
So what my question was, so what changes need to be introduced to change the way? So what I understand that regionalization, that you don't have so much regionalization because everything is on the state level. So are there any prospects for changes, for more delegating powers for the region or not?
Yeah,
I know
sure.
that you
Yes.
have plenty,
Yes.
you had plenty of elections. I haven't checked yet the results.
Yes, sure.
I will contact you privately to know the results of many elections.
As the fiscal, from the fiscal side, municipalities are more, they have more resources, but it becomes the problem how the policy, the national development plans are very generous. So also at the local level, they are based on these national suggestions that have to be articulated, but at the end to fit, and also the funding, it's according to that strategies, but the strategies are are very general. So we have this kind of results in the long run. We have more than 100 years that we have good with tourism because we have the colonial side, we have a good industrial sector, but we don't know what kind of industrial product we should produce in order to become more complex and more competitive globally. So I think with more research and more data, policymakers could make better decisions in terms of which sectors and what kind of strategies they should implement. And also with this kind of discussion, like green products could be more feasible to produce for a local economy.
Thank you, Professor Escobar. Thank you so much because we were clapping. Thank you so much because we are late.
Andrea has a question.
Yes, you have a question.
Andrea got.
Andrea, sorry, Andrea, you're still here with us. Yes. Okay. So sorry for this. I haven't seen. So,
Okay,
Andrea.
I'll be quick. Yeah. So first, I think that they run. Okay, it's a bit different this initiative, but at Roma 3, they ran a similar initiative a few years ago, especially Professor Monni, about districts in Rome. So if you want, I don't know, to compare it, maybe it's yeah. So I had a question actually. That's, I assume it's a composite index, the one you're running. So you showed at the end some of the variables. I was interested about which variables did you use, aggregation methodologies, just because I work in indicators as well. So yeah.
Okay, yes, it's just a calculation of in terms of the countries and products at the 4-digit level to calculate for each region, for each country, are calculated both by countries and by products. But in this case, it's by municipalities and by products. So you calculate ubiquity, diversity, and this. And you have this composite to calculate the economic complexity index. You do the same for the product complexity index. It's a composite indicator at the end. And for the strategies, we calculate another indicator, which is the COG indicator, and it has some percentage in terms of a composite indicator to make more relevant, for example, the complexity of the product, or perhaps the reveal compared advantages. For example, I mean, if you have more strength on the RCA index, it means that is your capacity, local capacity, and that the strategy will be more feasible to attain in the short run. But if you rely more in the opportunity index and the product complexity index, it's more a strategy in the long run. So the strength, it would be in those indicators that make the strategy index that we build at the end. So you can identify different strategies depending on the how you build this composite index at the end.
Yeah, this is clear. Yeah. So it's a linear weighting and aggregation, I assume. Yeah.
Yes.
The one you use. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Escobar. I will contact you for some other questions, but you know, this would be outside of this aula because it's all on the YouTube. We are running a little bit late, so I have to give the floor to one professor who is waiting already 3 hours because we had coffee. Then so thank you so much. But you can stay with us. You can also see if something interests you. You can come back to this conference because it's on YouTube. So it's running in, but then you can come back to different parts of the conference. So thank you so much for being with us. Is it not so? What time is it in Cartagena? Well, I haven't been. I have been quite shortly. I have come back, but I don't remember anymore. What time is it?
10:50.
Ah, okay. So it's time for coffee. Yes, yes.
Thank you very much, Katarzyna. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, Professor Agnieszka Gryszczyńska, she is from the University of Warsaw. She is a specialist on global cyber threats and critical clean energy infrastructure. So this would link with our another speaker, Susanna Brodska. She was speaking just before the break. The idea was to connect these two speeches because they were together. But well, we did like this, but for the publication, if we are going to do the publication, we have to reflect. But if we do, we will make them close together. So I'm terribly sorry, Professor Gryszczyńska, for for this delay, because I know that it's very stressful, you know, to wait. So I'm terribly sorry. I hope that you are not offended. You seem, you know, to be easygoing. The floor is yours. I will leave you this microphone.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a really pleasure to be here. So thank you very much for inviting me for this great conference. It's an opportunity to speak not only about clean energy, but also about the cybersecurity, that it's really important nowadays. And what I would like to show you, why it is necessary to consider the global cyber threats to energy infrastructure. Instead of answering this question, I would like to show you a case study of an attack that occurred in Poland 6 months ago. So on December last year, we had a series of coordinated cyber attacks in Poland. And this attack targeted at least 30 wind and solar farms, a private manufacturing company, and a large combined heat and power plant. So it was quite serious. And the attacks were purely destructive in the nature. I would like to analyze, and I would like to show you what were the attack vectors, and also what was the attribution of this attack. So the attack resulted in a loss of communication between the facilities and distribution system operators. Finally, this attack did not affect ongoing electricity generation, but what is also important, this attack occurred in the period when Poland has experiencing very low temperatures and also snowstorms. So it was in a very difficult moment when we need a lot of energy. and in our facilities. So the attack affected the grid connection point substation, which serves not only as a physical grid interconnection point, but also as the location through which the distribution system operator performs remote monitoring and supervisory control. So those destructive actions were coordinated and were initiated at each of the affected facilities against the devices to which the hit actor had gained access. So we were facing not only the incident of infiltration, but also the perpetrator used wiper malware. So as you can see, the aim of the attack was destroying specific data, and we can also say that the objective of the sabotage was the irreversible destruction of data stored on devices within the organizational internal network, achieved through the execution of the wiper malware. But before the weaponization, there was long-term infiltration. So the beginning of the attack was even 6 months before the weaponization. The attack, as I said, these attackers were targeted not only wind and solar farms, but also one of the private manufacturing company. So there was also there were also problems related with the attack. So the attacker gained access via Fortinet device. And affected also cloud services. So the attacker downloaded selected data from services such as Exchange, Teams, SharePoint. The attacker was particularly interested in files and emails, messages related to OT network modernization, SCADA systems, and technical work carried out within the organizations. And as you can, according to publicly available reports, it is known that the same actor, the same group who was also responsible for destructive operations in Ukraine and also other incidents that occurred in Poland. So there is a problem related with this, that critical infrastructure is, of course, high value target. This is the problem. And we should also think why such attacks can be successful for attackers. It's easy, it's cheap, and it's available. So first, they exploited vulnerable edge devices like Fortinet. They exploited default passwords, and they also exploited lack of firmware updates and misconfigurations. So as we can see, this shows that often simple weaknesses are enough to not only highly advanced techniques. These perpetrators, these groups are using simple methods, but combining them with something more sophisticated. They have their own malware, So it's really effective. And why energy sector is so attractive? First, we can say that it is high value target, and also now everything is connected to internet, remotely controlled, distributed, multi-layered, difficult to full control, and also integrated. That's why it expands the attack surface. So this sector, it's quite easy to be attacked, and also the new regulation is not efficient nowadays, still not efficient. We have NIS2 directive, and in the European Union, we have some requirements for energy entities that they have to comply. Those requirements are cybersecurity risk management, incident reporting, supply chain security, but still we see such incidents. So they will be still occurring. So the other question is, why can we find perpetrators and why they are not in the jail? So the very important issue is, when should law enforcement be involved in handling the incident, and how to preserve electronic evidence related with the incident. In many cases, criminal activities are behind incidents, and the victim is also obliged to report an incident to various entities under NIS2 directive, GDPR, and other regulations. So it should be comprehensive regulatory framework, but still we have some global problems with cyber crime as is. Why it is so problematic area? Because we are facing cross-border problems in preserving information, in preserving electronic evidence, and really serious problems related with jurisdiction. So first, perpetrators are using anonymous methods. They are abusing globalization, and without regulatory framework, we cannot be enough sufficient. What is the regulatory framework on that matter? So in the European Union, we have European investigation orders. This year, we will have new instruments, the European production orders, European preservation order, but we have also some regulatory framework on higher level. And for me, quite effective mechanisms for cooperation provides Budapest Convention on Cybercrime. So 82 parties joined the convention, and the very, let's say, practical mechanisms are 24/7 networks that provide preserving data and preserving electronic evidence. So there are some specific tools. In 2024, a new cybercrime convention of the United Nations was adopted, but still it's not ratified by countries. So we are now discussing problems related with direct requests. So from the perspective of the judicial authorities, judicial cooperation channels remain the preferred method for obtaining electronic evidence and obtaining electronic data from service providers located abroad. But these channels often prove inadequate due to their slow processes, which can lead to a loss of crucial data. So to mitigate these delays, some European Union member states authorities have restored to direct voluntary cooperation with foreign service providers. So now we are discussing and we are trying to use those channels for direct questions, channels for the cooperation that is fast and effective to collect data very fast. What are those channels? Of course, as I said, the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime provides 24/7 network, but also we are waiting for more ratifications for second additional protocol to the Convention on Cybercrime. In the European Union this year, we will be using a new instruments that are European production and European preservation orders. And also to make it more effective, we have also electronic system for communication between law enforcement agencies. So we have new regulation, we have new tools for cooperation. So why still we are facing with advanced persistent threat groups? Why we are facing the state-sponsored groups? Because those countries are not cooperating with us at all. So well-known advanced persistent threat groups that are state-sponsored are sponsored by some specific countries that will not provide us any data, and of course they will not extradite their citizens because those actors are paid by those countries. So they are not cooperating. And this is the main problems we are facing nowadays. So to conclude very briefly, the energy sector is extremely complex and highly exposed on cyber threats, and it is critical. So we have on this area a mix of old modern technologies, different integration, and also different and various entities. So we have to also think about new mechanisms for providing new mechanism and providing law enforcement agencies adequate, substantive and procedural law. Law enforcement agencies also should be equipped with tools that will enable them to effectively collect and analyze information for the purposes for their investigation, because this is the, let's say, the final the last step of handling an incident, to find and prosecute a perpetrator. So without this, we will not be safe. Thank you very much for your kind attention. If you have any questions, please pose them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Goszczyńska. Those people, can we find them?
We cannot. We know their names and surnames. All those information are from the Justice.gov website of United States. So there were issued even something like arrest warrant or indictment against them, but
Well,
they
but they are not all Russians. Some of them,
but well-known groups are from North Korea and from Russia. So no well-known advanced persistent threat groups that are state-sponsored are from those countries, and we know that sending them any mutual legal assistance, it's like sending in the cyberspace, and we are not receive any, let's say, answer and actions that should be taken against such actors. So it is the real problem now in cyberspace that we are facing. Thank you.
So thank you. No, thank you very, very much. So you see this. Today I was not cutting one slide. Have you noticed? So, no, because we do apologize. You were waiting so long, and I understand that when you prepared for this hour, it should be at this hour.
No, for me it's not a problem. I'm really elastic. People that are facing cyber crime and cyber threats knows also how to manage, let's say, time schedule. So we are very elastic. We know that everything can happen. So thank you for.
Thank you so much. We will have the last presentation of Professor Ignacio, who is going to talk about Venezuela. Venezuela extremely important for energy, and afterwards we are going to the students from, do I have students from Poland? Yes. Will they say something today? Because they always postpone. They always want to go tomorrow. But tomorrow is the last day. So if tomorrow, you will say tomorrow. So when we are going to tomorrow? Yes. So it's always so. There is a proverb, but it's about something different. The diet is always coming tomorrow. This we can say that right. So will we have some students who will talk? Because we want to give you a little award for if you talk, but if you don't talk, so how we can manage this? So will I have somebody who is going to talk?
Yes.
Super. So and then after this, we all three. So after we have one presentation. Yesterday, unfortunately, I lost some marks, but we still will have it. It seems that I have lost a lot of things yesterday, but yes.
C'è una per me.
E vuole?
Una borsa verde, sì.
Ma studenti che facciamo?
Non gli affidiamo.
Ce l'ho.
Non si sente niente, però.
Non si può?
Sì, non si sente niente.
How to make it? Qualcuno?
We don't have speakers.
Czy możemy to coś zrobić z tym, żebyśmy poszli do podnośnego? Tu już jesteśmy maksymalnie.
Should I know how to overrise the volume? Problem is that we don't have speaker inside this. We don't have speakers, so it's impossible to raise the volume.
Yes.
Yeah, but we do not have speakers inside this room, so the audio comes only from here. So
Okay, now stop.
Do what you want.
No, I don't know what to do, but
no, just to make it.
No, it stopped totally. It's like
No,
there is a
no, but no.
Now it's stopped and nothing.
Si è bloccato, solo
Yes, è bloccato.
Si è bloccato.
totalmente, and it's like, what, can we put it once again?
Yeah, it's recorded.
Yes, something. Ma non possiamo.
Non ci sono le casse. È come prendere la macchina senza benzina, non va. O senza le ruote.
Co zrobimy?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but we do have.
It's on YouTube, so I want it to be on YouTube because
Maybe we can send the link to everybody because we are wasting only time.
So what's your suggestion? But put it at least almost the maps that we go through these maps. You know, not so quickly. So
The presentation is going by itself.
it's not.
We need to. It's better if you send the link to everyone.
How? Yes, but it goes at least on YouTube.
Yeah, but I think it's not the point on YouTube because there is no one. Then we can add to the recording.
Where we are?
There is no one connected. We are alone. There are no participants.
Okay, so what you suggest? So
To stop the streaming, we can let the students talk, and then
but we cannot add the streaming afterwards.
we can add it to the final recording because we download the streaming and I add this one. This is
Yes, but to YouTube. To YouTube. Okay.
and now you can send to all the participants the link to share to see the video.
I don't know how, so you will have to tell me.
I prepared the link right now.
Okay.
And I sent to you so you can forward it. Okay.
Okay, so guys, I have two ideas because we could, well, they are always surprises in those old lecture theaters. So what? No, there are also some fun. No, the problem is as following. Here, you don't have speakers as you know, to make it loud. So on the computer. Yes, so it goes only from the computer. So the idea is that we will add to the YouTube and we will send the link because it's just no point. We can't hear here. So and there is no way. And it's Saturday, and Saturday in Pavia, now we won't find we won't find, yes, something that would make this loud in this, so two ideas that we are going to do. We are going to add this to the YouTube version. So maybe, you know, alone we could hear this better. And I will send you also to everybody, I will send the link about Venezuela. This was a very interesting presentation. Unfortunately, we, well, I'm not a technician, as you know very well. I'm just complete, you know, person who cannot sort computer problems and so on. And once more second, so who is going to speak among the students? So I have here, so let's go, two Polish students and two, but 2 minutes, okay? Where is Marcin?
Download. Dove download qua? You want to start? That's we don't. No, me and microphones. Both very loud, yeah? Yes. Okay, so I can start, yeah? Yes. I have to show you. Let's make it. It's that home. Matteo. Matteo. Va bene. Ultimately, I'm recording. We can see. Okay. Can you turn on the microphone?
No, nothing is working. But from this morning, everyone because without so not to.
Don't have like this.
No,
like
it's what to go. It's everything is broken. Everything doesn't work.
Okay.
So let's go.
Okay. I take a picture. Yeah. And then I need to come here. Okay. To support you. Thank you. We appreciate that. And to talk. Okay. To talk. Don't forget about it. Yeah.
Stai più Joseph. Questo è sì,
Sposta solo questo un po'. Ah, ma questa è la telecamera. Sì, niente. Music live and so why microphone on?
That's what what these are two. Everyone was talking.
Never hear
And nobody
hear what they say.
Single word.
It's okay.
That's good atmosphere here.
I mean, we got deep voices. I think they can hear us.
I mean, I think that.
I think it's a lecture hall, right? So the acoustics should be good.
Okay, so we present
This is good friends.
girlfriend.
Why is more people coming here?
Okay, so good. We can start.
1 second. So let's say. So I'm repeating. For the YouTube purposes, we will add the presentation. You will be able to listen, and in addition to this, I will send you the link. I will send you this presentation on Venezuela, because this was an important presentation. And unfortunately, we were right. No speakers. In Aula Volta. So again, it is a very medieval city in all senses. It is medieval.
What's that? This picture.
The picture is
My house.
No.
I live in.
No. It's something, in my view.
And
No. It would be
from the river perspective.
Or Cinque Terre. Or Cinque Terre.
Yes.
On Monday.
Cinque Terre. Very similar is also Amalfi, the coast. It would also be Amalfi, where Susanna got married, but she doesn't remember because it was a long time ago, or she died. Right. So now, what I wanted to give the conference was a part of intensive summer school. So intensive summer school, of course, with the involvement of students. I will give you 2 minutes, as I said, 2 minutes each. You have to present a project on energy, something connected to energy. So the floor is yours. You can, yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to say that I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be here in Italy. For me, as a student, it's a great honor to be here. I would also like to sincerely thank Professor Katarzyna Gromek-Brock for this opportunity. So when we talk about the energy transition, we often focus on new technologies and climate goals. But in my opinion, the real challenge is not only to introduce change, but to manage it wisely. The energy sector is changing very fast, and the law has to respond in a way that supports this change instead of slowing it down. That is why today I would like to focus on main idea. The energy transition needs smart regulation, not just more regulation. In many countries, the energy transition is one of the most important challenges. We want to develop renewable energy, reduce emissions, and make the energy system more modern. But this process is not only about technology, this process is not only about technology. It's also about law, management, and good planning. So in my opinion, one of the biggest problems is that the energy sector is changing very fast, but regulation and infrastructure often change more slowly. For example, we can have investors who want to build renewable energy sources, but sometimes the electricity grid is not ready for new connections. This means that the problem is not only legal or technical, it's a management problem as well. That is why I think the regulation should be practical. Good law should remove unnecessary barriers, but at the same time, it must protect energy security, customers, and stability of the power system. Too many complicated procedures can slow down investments. But no rules at all would also be dangerous. So the key is balance. We need regulation that help the energy transition, not regulation that block it. So smart regulation should support investments, improve planning, and make the rules clear for everyone, like public institutions, companies, and citizens. So to sum up, the energy transition for me is not only a question of renewable energy or new technologies. It is also a question of how we manage change. in my opinion, smart regulation is one of the most important tools to make this transition realistic, safe, and of course, the effective. Thank you very much.
You want to go first? Okay.
I will be the last.
You will be the last. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. As my friend maybe didn't said, but we are from students from Poland. We are from University of Economics in Katowice. We are doing our master's degree in the law in management. And I would say that our niche is energy transition, energy law, and I would say overall energy transition. And I would like to focus on a simple idea that energy is not only about the climate and the technology, but also about money and prices that come in everyday life to all of us, all of the people. And in Poland and many European countries, people can clearly see that energy prices really matter. And when fuel prices go up, transport becomes more expensive. When the electricity or heating prices go up, the households and all of the companies feel it very quickly. And the energy sector is not something, I would say, abstract, but it affects normal people, businesses, and the whole economy of the country. So this is why the energy transition must be realistic and well managed. And of course, we need the renewable energy sources, cleaner technologies, and lower emissions. But at the same time, we must remember that about energy security and affordability. And energy cannot only be clean, it also must be stable and available at the reasonable price. And a good example of that are fuel prices that in recent years in Europe have become more unstable due to geopolitical risks and changes in the global oil markets and energy supply chain challenges. And this is how sensitive modern economies still are to energy costs and international markets. And in Poland, the fuel prices are strongly connected to the global oil prices, transport costs, and geopolitical instability. And this is also, I would say, a legal and management problem, because good regulation should support investments in a modern energy, but it should not create unnecessary costs for the chaos that is actually right now. And the goal is that should be smart regulations, rules that help the energy transition, protect the consumers, and give companies stable conditions for the future investments. And as I said, the energy transition is not only a climate policy, it also should be an economic process. If we want people to support it, we must show that it can improve energy security, reduce the long-term costs, and make the energy system more stable. So thank you for your attention. Wonderful screen.
Yes. So I'm Pietro Fumelli. I'm a master's student in political science here at the University of Pavia. And today I want quickly talk about the feasibility of the first operational reactor in Italy by 2033. Why I'm saying 2033? Because recently the Italian Minister of Environment and Energy Security stated that by 2023 and 2034, new generation of a small modular reactor could be operative in Italy. But I'm here to talk about the feasibility of this statement, because the route is very hard, and we will see that by 2033 will be the deadline. The important step to do this plan is first of all the approve of a legal framework by the end of this year, and this year is crucial because the political the government is ending this year, and in 2027 there will be new elections. So it's not sure that this plan will be renovated by the next government. So they had to approve the legal framework for the nuclear energy this year, because it's important to state that in the historical context in Italy is that we had two referendum and about the nuclear energy, and in both referendum we have stated that the nuclear energy is not a priority for Italy. But in the last few years, the strong demand of energy independence changed the political view about this topic. So it's the government accelerates on the topic, and they want to approve this law, because if they didn't approve that, if they don't approve that in this year, they maybe the door will be closed for many other years, and we can't miss this opportunity. The context also is very interesting, because we have talked a lot in this conference about the small modular reactors, this new technology that, but this technology is still in development, is still prototype. So it's not sure that we in these 10 years we will be able to produce a line to make these industrial plants operative. So this is a big question mark. The second question mark is the Nucleitalia partnership, which is a joint venture between Enel, Ansaldo, and Leonardo, which are Enel is one of the biggest reality in Italy for the energy sector, and Leonardo, also Ansaldo, and Leonardo is crucial for the strategic and military components and supply in Italy. But the CEO of Leonardo is in the last month is being removed from its place. So this partnership was sealed the last year. This year, the CEO of Leonardo is changed by the same government that wants to approve this plan. So we don't know if the next CEO is in line with that strategy. So we will see. And another topic is with the European alignment. So if Italy doesn't align quickly, we can stay. The risk is that we will stay back and so on. The technology is still not mature, as we said. There are prototypes, pilot projects, but in 10 years we don't know if we are able to effectively implant this nuclear. So the roads is legislation, site selection, permitting, and construction. All of that are extremely complex and extremely difficult to implement. And if one piece is not perfectly implemented, the other piece will never be possible. So the route is very difficult, it's very rough, and we will see. But the geopolitical meaning of this nuclear return will be an epochal phase for Italy, and we have to pursue these strategies, this alignment. We have to push to push in this direction, and we have to follow the path, because we can't stay behind, we can't stay back with this technology, and we have to gain our energy independence. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for very interesting presentation. Thank you for participation. We have we have for you, so as we said, that you will be awarded, and Pietro would be awarded from the partner institution.
Yes.
So it would be very boring, very boring. So here, the first one, I hope that you would like it.
Thank you very much.
And Marcin, please, yes.
Pietro. Thank you very much. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Oh, look at this.
What?
Special gift for you. Look at this, the best Polish candies.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Please.
So nice, as we said, this YouTube, after what I'm going to say, we would add the presentation of Professor about Venezuela, of Ignacio, because I can't pronounce, but I need to learn how to pronounce his second name. But it is an interesting presentation about Venezuela and important point on energy in general, energy transition, and so on. And so I will end this conference, not the intensive school. Intensive school has a session tomorrow, and I really count on you. It will start tomorrow at 10. Is it clear? Tomorrow at 10 here. Tomorrow here, and we will have 2 simulations and all activities and 1 short lecture, and all activities will be only for students tomorrow, okay? So I thank you so much. I thank to our distinguished guests for their contribution, a really remarkable contribution to this conference. I hope you enjoyed. I hope that you forgive me all my mistakes and all the problems, like, for instance, speakers that we don't have. Well, as I said, this is a medieval institution, and unfortunately, sometimes we have some problems. So thank you.
Can we take a picture?
Yes, but would you like to say something? Be here. Say something, please. And then.
What's your deal?
Zapraszamy Pani Profesor. Jeszcze od nas na sekundkę.
Chcieliśmy Pani bardzo podziękować za możliwość. Pani profesor, tu jest prezent od Pani Eweliny Lewandowskiej, naszej katedry. Ma Pani ogromne pozdrowienia od niej.
A kiedy wyjeżdżacie? Bo ja je chcę kupić. Dobrze, to jest szansa. Jest szansa, że
Dziękujemy Pani.
To ja bardzo powiedzcie coś tutaj na YouTube, tak się ładnie zakończy.
Na YouTube.
Tak.
Okay.
Jest transmisja cały czas. Transmisja.
Super.
So thank you again, once again, thank you very much for invitation. This professor, she was tremendous. She was the nicest person and the nicest professor in the whole area. We did organize a lot of conferences together with the other universities, and this hospitality is more than fantastic. So thank you very much once again, and we hope that it is the start of our, let's say, for future cooperation. The next, let's say, step will be in Katowice, but we would like to make it like a, in the autumn in Katowice, during the spring, almost summer in Pavia. So thank you very much once again, and say
Yes, sir. Let's do a picture.
Today, I must say there is no for our guests, but tomorrow there is another dinner only for students. So you have your day, yes.
Dobra, no to do pana Marcina idzie. Do pana Marcina.
Thank you so much.
Okej. I to gdzie? Aha, tutaj.
Gabriele, can we just switch off only monitor because they will be coming and cleaning?
Na wodę.
Tak, z faktą słupki.
Gdzie mam marynarkę? Mam gdzieś. Rzućcie mi tę marynarkę, tam chyba leży na tym, tam na stole. Dzięki. A miałam zmienić marynarkę po południu, ale niestety nie wyszło. Dobrze.
Okay, so let's make a picture.
Cheese.
Cheers.
I will
Okay.
all everybody, all students, that I will send to the newspaper. Guys, can I have those photos? Can you send me via mail to my mail?
It's Martin from
Okay.
Can I don't need
Because I don't have any photos.
I'm being adopted by Polish my brother.
Okay.
Gabriele.
Gabriele, pardon.
Oj, słowa mi
Okay, thank you.
Pani profesor, w której mamy być w knajpie, Kasiu?
A, ale to trzeba to odkryć. Ja myślę, że 8:30, ale to trzeba jeszcze, że to trzeba jeszcze sprawdzić. Nie wiem, że nie ogarnęłyśmy tak super, bo chyba będzie 21. Bo nie wiem, no bo Korwini z Damianem już mieli jechać, powiedzieli, że nie, a potem
Ustali jeszcze kiedy mają dać te koszulki, żeby oni to naprawili, czego... Wiesz,
nie, tylko tym, co mówią, więc Pietro było dla Pietra.
Dobrze, jedno.
No, ale
A
nie
potem
dobrze,
to są dla Pietra, dzisiaj mu dacie, a jutro załatwicie resztę, dobra?
Z tych rzeczy, których on nie, to koszulkę ma dostać Pietro, bo mówił.
Tak.
Kto nie mówi, nie dostaje. Tak to jest. Słuchajcie, że chociaż miała, to używa. To, słuchajcie, tu powinno być mail.
Poczekaj, rozmawiamy o kolacji. Ja się trochę na Samsungu nie znam, więc nie pomogę.
Nie, bo ja mam innego, ale maila mam tylko tu.
Ile zabrać?
Że mi się... Simulation.
Wyślij, bardzo ładne zdjęcie.
Jak tu Osteria? Jak to zrobić? Jesteśmy, teraz zaraz wyjdzie.
Mamy zrobić jeszcze jakiś ten?
Wy najlepiej nie wymaszcie.
A nie.
Bo ja...
Jeszcze
Tu jest menu. Tu jest menu. Nie wiem, co ja im powiedziałam.
Marcin też jest piękny.
Gdzie to jest?
Ciekawe jest.
No ja jestem prawie przekonana, że muszę iść do tego. Słuchajcie, ja wam wyślę maila, bo ja muszę do nich zadzwonić. Nie znajdę na tym.
19 czy 20:30?
Na 19 to na pewno nie, bo nikt do głowy nie przyjdzie.
20:30. To wyślij nam, Kasiu.
Mogę wysłać, mam dzisiaj no tego. Ale Marzenko, gdzie ja mam swoją książkę, bo ja dostałam. O, pani profesor, ja dostałam też książkę z Czarnej Torebki.
Tak, to dziękuję uprzejmie.
Będę przygotowana.
Ja sobie idę do biura, zadzwonię do nich i tobie wyślę na komórkę. Dobrze? No, a ile macie koszulek? Bo jeszcze nie cztery, bo ja kupiłam cztery. No, żeby każdy wiedział koszulkę.
Idziemy się umyć, my
Tak,
będziemy.
nie macie przewodnika, ale fajnie.
Damy radę.
Bo ona też się bardzo denerwowała, bo to trzeba, ze mną trzeba umyć, bo ja mam 50 dzwonią, to trzeba umyć. Ona tak chciała nas spokojnie wytłumaczyć. No dobra, nie
Byliśmy jeszcze z panem profesorem.
Tak.
On tam prowadził po
W kościele świętego Franciszka robione
Czekał na zdjęcie.
bardzo.
Ale tutaj w ogóle jest lepiej niż wy chcecie tak do Mediolanu, ale to jest fajnie niż Mediolanu.
Co się dzieje? Gdzie dam
Ci sono gli ospiti, ci sono...
No, venite.
Ma tutti quanti?
Ma solo la mattina viene.
Sì, domani.
C'è la festa che vengono pagati per
C'è la pranzo anche dentro il colazione.
Che c'è la festa, c'è il cappello.
Perché ho un impegno importantissimo, ma devo tornare a casa dove amo. Alle 4 non
Ma alle 4 si ristorante pagato. Allora, ristorante, dopo, diciamo, domani comincia alle 10, 2 ore simulazione, a quanto simulazione, a dopo ci sarà, dopo
Tutto all'università.
diciamo ristorante e il pizzeria va bene, ti piace?
Of course.
Seconda?
Alcol fritto. Ma che alcol fritto? Cosa diviamo
Sì, però potrei...
No, ma alcol free nel senso che...
Ragazzi,
nel senso che alcol a manetta.
no, possiamo chiudere
Lo spegniamo.
quello.
Va bene solo la simulazione, no?
Qui chiediamo un po' troppo, però.
Ovviamente per i
Cioè, in tutto questo la